doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. To die, to sleep no more, and in that sleep, what dreams may come. Hamlet had many questions about the specter with the long black robe and the ominous-looking sickle. There are those certain special human beings that have made quite a lucrative living off of dying.
I am very sorry for your loss, Mr. Jenkins. Yes, my man will collect your loved one this afternoon. I understand that it was quite sudden. Yes, all of the arrangements have been made. There is nothing for you to worry about. Goodbye.
Danielle, are you busy?
Sheriff Ward, how good it is to see you. No, I'm not busy at the moment.
What's this I hear of a half-price sale?
Oh, simply something that I have decided to do. To help.
But this is a funeral home. How can you possibly have a half-price sale?
Well, sometimes our products are borrowed for a viewing only, so we refurbish them as gently used. That way we can offer them at a second-hand price.
Don't you think it's just a little on the morbid side?
In what way? I'm simply trying to move some of my excess inventory.
But I don't think coffins are exactly an impulse purchase.
Oh, come now. I offer a service to bereaved families, but the cost is extremely high. Have you any idea the kind of money it takes to run a place like this?
Well,
Almost $80,000 a month. And that doesn't even include salaries, taxes, overhead. I have to have this little sale to make room for the new inventory.
How many have you sold?
The sale began 2 days ago, and I've managed to sell 4 so far.
Would it interest you to know that there have been exactly 4 deaths in this county since you began this sale?
Really? And what was the cause of death?
Natural causes?
Oh, surely you don't believe that there is a coalition between my sale and these deaths, do you?
Just seems awfully funny to me.
Well, it's about time.
I'm sorry, Miss Slumber. It took a little longer than I expected.
Do you have my money?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Where's the rest of it?
Well, that's all I could get.
From the Hobbs estate? I find that rather hard to believe.
Look, Miss Slumber, you don't know what I have to go through to get that stuff. I have to pay movers, storage fees, and then I have to contact my buyer and pray that he gives me a good price.
Perhaps you should find a new buyer.
How is it that you are able to get the entire estate?
It is rather easy. You see, most people never pre-plan for a funeral. When someone passes on, the family is in a state of shock. They have neither the means nor the money for the cost of taking care of their loved ones.
I get it. You come in with some sort of a legal contract and
take them for all that they are worth. Property, land, bank accounts. The works. I wheel and deal with the best of them. And to the worst, I give them the best deals.
So, why do you need to have this sale?
As I explained to the sheriff, I have to move inventory.
Yeah, but everyone that bought one of those half-price coffins, they died.
Yes, they have. Quite funny, don't you think?
Of course I will. Don't you know how much profit we could make? Hey, when it's just me, I get it all. Oh, yeah. I had her sign a contract that entitles me to everything. Naturally, she didn't know what she was signing. Could have been the Declaration of Independence for all she knew. Oh no, not just the businesses. All of the estates, stocks, bonds, and anything else she has managed to acquire. Oh. No, the funeral home is just the tip of the iceberg. And I believe it may happen sooner than you think.
People handle death in many different ways. Some grieve for the departed for a long time. Others may not show any emotion. And then there are the few who find humor in the subject. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The act of pre-planning a funeral is something that most people do not want to think about. I knew a lady who not only had everything planned, but paid for in advance, right down to her own memorial service. But she was a rarity.
Yes, Mrs. Scarlett. All the arrangements have been made. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Now, I hate to bring this up, but did Mr. Logan stop by? I see. No, I will see him very soon. Again, my deepest condolences.
Miss Slumber?
Ah, just the person that I was hoping to see. How is everything, Mr. Logan?
Okay, I guess.
Please, have a seat and tell me how your day is going.
My day? Oh, well, it's going, I suppose.
Should I tell you how my day has been progressing? Would you even be interested?
Well, I guess that it's,
It has been a most eye-opening day for me. You see, I have just been on the phone with Miss Scarlett.
Oh, that.
Yes, that! Would you kindly explain to me why you have not secured the property that she has signed over for me for the payment on her husband's behalf?
Well, ma'am, you see, I was thinking that...
Please, just stop right there. I want to remember you just like that. Thinking! What, pray tell, is there to think about?
Look, Miss Slumber, what if we...
Do you have any idea how much money is in that estate? No! Of course you don't! You are selling the stuff far below its value.
Now, just a damn minute. Is it my fault that the economy is so bad that I can only get what I can for that junk?
Perhaps I need to find someone different for your position.
Oh, no, I'll get right over to the client's place. The entire estate will be loaded and sold by this afternoon. I can assure you...
See to it then. And remember, I have already appraised the estate. So make sure that you get a good price.
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can count on me. Get rid of me? Get rid of me? I could do what you do. Just you wait, Miss Slumber. Just you wait.
Daniel Slumber, you've got to put a stop to this sale of yours. And I mean now.
Why, Sheriff Ward? Whatever do you mean? Business has never been better. Why should I stop now?
You sold 5 more coffins this week, right?
Not quite sure. I'd have to check the records.
Don't bother. I know that you did because 5 more people have died. This has got to stop.
Sheriff Ward, please, sit down. You look like you could use a drink.
Please, just explain to me how, after someone buys one of those cut-rate coffins from you, they die.
Oh, Sheriff, please, calm yourself. Let us analyze the situation. Now, have you looked closely at the people who have departed this life?
I know who they were, if that's what you mean.
Ah, you know their names, correct? But did you know exactly who they were?
I'm not sure what you're driving at.
Mr. Jonathan Carr, age 43. My first, client, if you will.
Died in his sleep. What of it?
Were you aware that he was a rather unique drug dealer?
I investigated him. He managed to have all charges dismissed.
And what about Henry Stiles?
Suspected of killing his wife. Never could prove it.
Do you see where this is going now?
Okay, so 2 of your clients had sketchy backgrounds. What of it?
All of my clients had extremely, to use your words, sketchy backgrounds.
What about your most recent, Mr. Scarlet? He was very well known here and extremely well liked.
Do you know how he was able to maintain his fortune?
I'm sure that you're going to tell me.
He runs one of the largest trafficking rings in North America.
Slumber? Danielle? How do you know about all this?
That is a trade secret. However, I could use your help.
In what way would you need my help?
I am about to break a cardinal rule and show you my business. If you agree, I can assure that the rewards will be unimaginable. Well, well, well. Mr. Scotty Logan has finally decided to grace us with his presence.
You shouldn't talk to me like that, Miss Slumber.
You really are a stupid little man. Now, where is my money?
Oh, I have something much better in mind for you.
Logan? What are you doing with that baseball bat?
Oh, I thought I might just bash your head in. Now to dispose of your earthly remains. I think the crematorium will do rather nicely.
Philip Moeller once wrote, Death is the end of one story and the beginning of another. And here within our nightmare, the death of a character can only mean the beginning. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Life asked Death, "Why do people like me but hate you?" Death simply replied, "Because you are a beautiful lie, and I am a painful truth."
Miss Slumber, are you here?
Oh, hello, Sheriff Ward. What can I do for you?
I came to see Miss Slumber. Is she here?
Well, not at the moment.
I see that she finally ended her so-called sale.
Yes, we felt it was no longer necessary. Confidentially, I always thought that it was in rather poor taste.
I couldn't agree more. Besides, enough people die every day without her help.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, nothing. So where is she?
Who?
Miss Slumber. Who do you think I was talking about? I have some business to discuss with her.
Oh, well, she is no longer with the company.
What do you mean, no longer with the company?
Look, all that I can tell you is that she packed a suitcase, handed me the business, and simply left.
Doesn't sound like her at all.
Oh, well, we had talked about me taking over the funeral home. I suppose that she just needed a change of scene.
That just doesn't sound right. Now, why didn't she say anything to me?
Now, why should she discuss her business with you?
So, you know all about what has been going on here.
Well, of course I do. Why would she hand everything over to me if I didn't know all about it?
I don't know. Seems to me that you are acting a little nervous about something. Mind telling me what you do know about the funeral home?
Look, Sheriff Ward, if you don't mind, I have a lot of work to catch up on. She left so many files and reports that I just don't see where I'm going to have the time to do.
I just don't understand why she would take me into her trust and not say a damn thing about you.
Because, Sheriff Ward, he is a more lousy killer than he is an employee.
Miss Slumber? What the... How did you...
Why am I still alive? Oh, you pitiful idiot. You have no idea what goes on here.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Danielle. For a minute, I thought our deal had been canceled.
Perish the thought, Sheriff. I told you last night I often recruit the local law enforcement to help me in my collections.
What are you talking about? Look, Sheriff, I can explain.
I don't think any explanation is necessary. I'll be leaving now. Danielle, are you sure that you don't want any help with Mr. Logan?
This little man? I should have no trouble whatsoever.
I killed you. I bashed your brains in. I burned you in the crematorium. What are you?
Aw, Mr. Logan, you greedy little man. Don't you know that greed is one of the 7 deadly sins? Not to mention murder.
Wait, but you were... I mean, you're greedy as well.
I had to cut costs to keep this place going. But you...
What What are you?
I'm simply a businesswoman, Mr. Logan, that you tried to murder.
Hey, what's going on? I can't move.
This is one of our
What?
second-hand coffins.
What are you doing?
I think that you will fit in quite nicely.
No,
Cozy,
no,
Mr.
stop.
I
can't
hope so.
stop myself. Please. No, let me out. Let me out.
And now, onto the conveyor belt, which will slide the coffin into the oven. You see, Mr. Logan, you tried, but you cannot burn.
A demon? You silly, greedy human!
Danielle slumber watches as the flames consume the coffin. She smiles at the screams of the man inside and wonders, where will she find a new employee? I'll be back with a final word. Socrates was quoted as saying, "Death may be the greatest of all human blessings." It is the fear in all of us of that unknown land that we will perhaps venture into after we are gone. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
We have eyewitness descriptions of you, Mr. Zimmerman. We have video surveillance of you shooting your wife.
Detective, you have to understand. Yes, I admit it. I shot her, but she was no longer my wife.
And that makes it okay? When did you get divorced?
No, we never got a divorce.
So you murdered your wife in cold blood?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. She was no longer my wife. She was no longer human.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Carl Sagan once said, "We are the representatives of the cosmos. We are an example of what hydrogen atoms can do, given 15 billion years of cosmic evolution." And I beg the question, are we still evolving into what I hope a better version of a human being?
Come on in. Door's open.
Mr. Zimmerman. Benjamin Zimmerman?
And who might you be?
Detective Bailey, from Homicide.
Took you long enough to get here.
You were expecting me?
Of course I was. Care for a drink?
No, sir. Well, if you were expecting me, then you already know why I'm here.
Is this the part where you read me my rights?
Would you care to explain to me why you shot that woman in the bar?
You wouldn't believe me. Nobody believes me. I just want to stay here, keep drinking, and then...
Why don't you tell me what happened?
It's just like everyone else. You won't believe me.
Mr. Zimmerman, I've been a detective for over 20 years. There is nothing that you can say that I haven't heard before.
You haven't heard this one.
Why don't you try me?
All right, let's play it your way. The woman I shot, and yes, I shot her, was my wife.
Why don't you start at the beginning?
I'm telling you, you will not believe me, but it's the truth. I was saving mankind. The world.
Have you mixed the drinks already? You know how Dr. Phillips likes his martini.
Yes, I mixed it correctly.
What are you looking for?
Oh, I was looking for one of those cufflinks you gave me. I can't seem to find them.
They're behind your cigar box on the right.
What? Oh, yes, here they are. Wait, how did you know where they were? You've been sitting across the room putting your makeup on this entire time. How did you see them?
Oh, I saw them in the mirror.
Behind the cigar box?
I must have seen them earlier and just remembered where they were.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, anyway, I found them. Are you almost ready? The reservation is for 8.
Just finishing up.
That must be Eric.
Well, I hope you have a drink prepared for this, tired doctor.
Of course I do. Come in. Glad you could tear yourself away from your practice.
Where's Daniela?
Now you know better than to expect her to be on time.
Dr. Phillips! I see my husband has your customary martini.
Now, Daniela, I have been your doctor for over 10 years. When will you start calling me by my name?
That's my wife, always being proper.
I'm so sorry, Eric. I suppose that I will always stand on conformity.
You should live a little.
Darn it!
What is it, dear?
I just noticed this stain on my dress. Give me just a few minutes and I'll change.
Oh, well, it's not that noticeable.
Forget it, Eric. You know she has to be perfect.
Now, don't you be like that, Ben. I won't be but a minute.
How's your drink?
It's fine.
Eric, what's wrong?
Will Daniela be very long?
You know Daniela. She says a few minutes, but I can almost guarantee it will take at least 20.
I need to talk to you, Ben. Privately.
What's going on?
I'm not sure. Look, that accident that she was in last week, remember?
How could I forget? She's doing quite well, though, if that's what you want to know.
Oh, she's doing better than that. And that is what has me puzzled.
In what way?
I saw her in the ER after the accident. I talked with the resident and looked over her x-rays. Well, she had 3 broken ribs and quite a number of cuts and contusions.
So?
You know, I did a complete workup on her last year. MRI, blood tests, the whole 9 yards.
And you told us then she was the picture of health, so what's bugging you?
She came into the office the next day after the accident.
I didn't know that.
Oh, she asked me not to say anything to you. Anyway, I did another complete workup.
Is there a problem?
Well, that's just it. There is no problem. Her ribs were completely broken in that accident. That in itself should have taken weeks to heal. They were fine. completely restored.
What?
Oh, but that's not all. Her heart is smaller. Her liver has shrunk, and there is no appendix. I looked at the results from the MRI this afternoon. I found an anomaly in her brain.
You don't mean... No, not cancer.
Well, that's just it. There is a growth in the back of her brain that seems to be pushing out of the skull.
Can it be removed?
Ben, I've never seen anything like it. It literally looks like a new set of eyes.
That was a wonderful meal. Thank you, darling, for... Honey? What's wrong? You've hardly said a word all evening.
I'm sorry, dear. I guess I wasn't much company tonight.
Is there something on your mind?
As a matter of fact, there is.
Well, then tell me. I am your wife, you know.
It's something that Eric told me earlier.
Oh, that. Then you know.
Honey, what's going on?
I'm not sure, Ben. All that I do know is that I've been going through some sort of change. Not in the way that you may think, but an actual physical change.
In what way?
At first, I noticed little things, but they have become more prevalent in the last few weeks. Oh, honey, I was gonna tell you, I just wasn't sure how.
So what are you saying?
I'm leaving you. Tonight.
Now don't be absurd. Whatever is going on, we can fight it. Together.
I'm sorry, Ben. I still love you. Honestly, I do. But just not in the same way.
What do you mean?
I love you like I would love a small puppy or a kitten. You have become a lower species to me.
Now that doesn't make any sense.
It's hard to explain. I feel different. I am now able to do things with my mind that I was never able to do before. It's as if my body and mind are evolving into something better.
I still don't understand why.
Please, Ben, try to understand. I have to leave you because you are no longer necessary to me.
The theory goes that the strongest will survive, that through natural selection, the more advanced of the species will continue on. We will continue on to Act 2 when I return. One of the most argued theories is that of Charles Darwin. It has been the center of controversy for many years, and depending on which side you are on, it will be argued for many more.
Mr. Zimmerman, you're not telling me anything.
But I am. You have to understand the reasons why I shot my wife.
Okay, so she left you. How long ago was that?
About 6 months ago, after our little talk.
But you did see her before tonight.
Yes. It was purely by accident. I was reading the paper when I saw her picture. She was working at the Alpha Institute.
What is the Alpha Institute?
Your guess is as good as mine. I tried finding out.
And did you?
The only thing that I could find was that it was some sort of a think tank for research.
So your wife gets a better job than you and decides to lead her own life. But that's no reason to kill her.
That wasn't it. No, she was changing both mentally and physically.
Ben? are you doing here?
I saw your picture in the papers, Daniela. Please, what's going on?
Oh, Ben. I wish you wouldn't have came. It could be very dangerous for both of us.
Dangerous? In what way?
Please, you must go. Don't ever come back.
Daniela, I demand to know what you were doing.
All right, Ben. Come in here.
Fine. Now what's going on? And who's behind that desk?
He's no one. No one important anyway.
I still don't understand.
I told you that I was going through some changes. I now know what is going on. Think of me as a better human being than I was.
You mean better than me?
I'm sorry, Ben. You must leave before they find you.
Before who finds me?
Did you think that I was the only one? There are many of us.
But who are they?
That is all I can tell you. Now please, go! While there's still time.
So you left.
Yes, but then I decided that I wanted more answers. So I walked back to the door. Before I actually went in, I could hear her talking with the man I saw sitting behind the desk.
What was she saying?
She told the man to breathe deep, then exhale. She told him to do it again. And then...
Yes, what happened?
She told the man to stop breathing. I heard him gasping for air, and then I heard him fall.
But you didn't actually see anything.
No, I got out of the place as soon as I could.
Sounds to me that you heard someone having an attack of some kind and simply fainting.
That's what I told myself, but then I found her in the bar tonight. Daniela?
Ben! Why do you insist on seeing me? I told you, it's dangerous for both of us.
Daniela, please come back home. I miss you so much.
I could never go back to you. You are no longer worthy of even being called human.
What do you mean?
The human race, or at least part of it, is evolving into something much more important.
What the hell are you talking about?
Everyone in the world has that potential for growing. Only a few achieve it.
And what happens to the rest?
Bartender!
What are you gonna do?
Bartender! I think that your heart has stopped beating.
My God, he's dead.
You see, Ben? We are getting ready.
Ready? Ready for what?
The world is about to go through a great change.
Not if I have anything to say about it. You're a cruel and evil thing.
Put that silly thing away.
No! Something has to be done. Whatever you've become, I'm stopping you. Now!
And that's when you killed her.
Yes. I had to do something. Don't you see? She killed the bartender with just a word. She killed that other man in the Alpha Institute. She had to be stopped.
And you think that your gun did the trick?
I'm ready to go to the station with you. I'll make a full statement.
I don't believe that will be necessary, Mr. Zimmerman.
But why?
You can come in now.
But that's impossible.
Oh, for our kind, the new human race. Nothing is impossible.
There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, wrote Shakespeare. And while science has unraveled many mysteries, there are still so many yet undiscovered. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The author Isaac Asimov once said that science does not purvey absolute truth. It is a mechanism, a way of trying to improve the knowledge of nature, a system for testing your thoughts against the universe and seeing if they match.
Daniela, how is it possible?
She tried to warn you off, Mr. Zimmerman. You should have heeded her advice.
Do we really have to do this?
I'm afraid you have no choice. I will leave you two alone.
I don't understand, Daniela. What do you not have a choice about?
I told you, Ben. The world is about to go through a great change. But not everyone will evolve as we have.
So you and your kind are planning on mass extinction?
There are 7 billion people on this tiny planet. Given a world to nurture and sustain, they have all but destroyed it. We are rescuing the human race.
By murder? How many of you are there?
When all have evolved, there will be only 2 million of us.
My God, you are evil.
I'm sorry, Ben. I truly am.
What are you doing?
Take a deep breath.
Please, no.
Now let it out. Slowly.
Daniela, I loved you.
Now, Ben, don't breathe again. Ever.
Bravo, bravo.
Die, Ben. I told you to die.
Now I am the one who is sorry. Did you honestly think that we would allow this to happen?
No, Ben. What do you mean, we?
We have been nurturing and watching over this planet for billions of years, and we are not about to let a few upstarts upset our plans.
But that is what we are trying to do. Help this tiny little world.
By killing off the majority of the species?
That was never the plan. I didn't like you.
Your kind never plan, but we always do.
That's not true. Ben?
I think that perhaps your head is hurting.
Oh, God. Ben! My head! Please make it stop!
It's getting worse, isn't it? So bad that your head is going to explode.
No! No! Ben!
Evolved, you are but an ant to me. Oh, it will be so much fun to hunt down the rest of you. Oh, Detective Bailey, will you come here for a moment? I think we need to talk.
Benjamin Zimmerman sits in a chair, his dead wife lying on the floor, her head exploded. He smiles as Detective Bailey walks in. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Carl Sagan once said, "Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known." But ask yourself, is the human race ready for such things? Our cast included Nick Davis, Jonathan Rosignol, and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Dorothy, I've got a problem.
How bad could it possibly be this time, Fred?
Well, let me ask you, if you knew something bad was going to happen, but you were not allowed to warn someone, what would you do?
That is a rather interestingly crazy moral dilemma. If it were me, I would try to prevent whatever was about to happen.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid you were going to say.
Fred, what's all this about?
Well, Dorothy, I have some bad news.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to join us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. In the past few years, there has been a resurgence in the investigation of the paranormal. Ghost hunting, as it is called, has become more popular, which begs me to ask, what happens after we shuffle off this mortal coil?
Great dinner, Dot.
Thank you, sweet. Just a little something I whipped up.
Where has Fred been all day?
Oh, I'm not really sure. He's been unusually quiet for the last few days.
The problem with Fred is that he doesn't have anything to do.
Too bad he couldn't get a job with you at the office.
Please, don't even think of that.
Digger? What are you doing here?
Good evening, Mrs. Peters. Would you mind if I spoke with Fred?
Sure. Come on in.
Thank you.
You know, you could have just whooshed in.
I tried to be polite.
Oh, well, thank you. Fred? Fred? You around? Digger's here to see you.
I swear I had nothing to do with it.
Had nothing to do with what exactly?
No need to be worried, Fred.
Oh, good. So what can I do for you, Digger?
We are in need of another escort.
Is that even legal? Where do I sign up?
Stan! Will you stop it? What do you even mean, Digger?
It seems that more people are crossing over than we can handle.
But what would I have to do?
Simply guide the new arrivals to the demarcation point.
A guide? As in leading people somewhere?
I'm sure that Fred is capable of doing that.
He got lost going from the bathroom to the kitchen.
I will have you know, Stanley, that it was very dark that night.
You could have just gone through the wall, you know.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that I could do that.
Digger, what would Fred actually have to do?
We would let him know who was about to arrive, or rather, leave, and he would be there to help them.
As long as it's not like an accident, or worse, a murder.
You will be at level 1. Those are the ones that are extremely sick and are ready to go.
Oh, good. So, when do I start?
Go over to Mercy Hospital, room 1311. Mr. Raymond Johnson is ready. He should be joining you in about an hour.
But I thought, according to the rules, I can't leave the house. Unless Stan or Dorothy is with me.
I'm not going anywhere, especially to watch someone kick the bucket.
Fred, you are now under a special rule. You are no longer bound to the Peters on a strictly probationary basis.
Is it okay with you, Dorothy?
I think it's wonderful.
Yes, please, by all means.
Okay, see you later.
Well, there's our newly employed spirit. How did it go, Fred?
It went... I guess it was okay.
Something happened? You didn't get lost, did ya?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It was all kind of sad, you know?
Tell us what happened, Fred.
Well, I got to Mr. Johnson's room about 10 minutes before he... Well, you know, the nurses and doctors tried what they could, but, well, when it's time, it's time.
So, what did you have to do?
Oh, just wait for him. When he finally showed up, I explained what happened, and, well, then I took him to the bus.
Wait a second. A bus? Like a Greyhound bus?
Oh, well, that's just to take us to the airport.
Not exactly what I imagined the afterlife to be.
Yeah, it's not like the old days. The job just got too big for one person.
You mean the Grim Reaper?
Right. You know, he's really not such a bad guy. I remember when he came for me. Oh, I was so scared, but he turned out to be a rather pleasant fellow.
If I saw a guy in a black hood with a large sickle, I'd be scared too.
Nah, Stan, that's just the way the living world portrayed him. He was quite dapper, in a three-piece suit and a bowler hat.
Did he have a British accent as well?
That sounded more Boston than British. Anyway, there are just so many people...
Kicking the bucket?
Right. It just got to be too much for the old boy. So the head office started recruiting for the job.
And that's why they asked you?
Yep. Turns out the girl that was doing it in this area had a bit of a breakdown. Yeah, after tonight, I can see why.
Well, I mean, it's not like you didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah, true, but you see, I don't just get a name and a place and a time. Oh, I get the whole life history. And Mr. Johnson, he led a pretty full life. It's kind of a shame to see him cross over. That's all.
Depending on who you talk to, there are many variations of what happens when you die. Every religion has its own depiction of the afterlife. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. As we join the Peters, it has now been 2 weeks since their resident ghost, Fred, began his new job. We find them having dinner with Jack and Millie Carson.
How's Fred doing on the job?
Okay so far.
I think it's wonderful that Fred is doing something with his... well, you know what I mean.
At least he's not moping around here all day.
He does seem a little more sad than usual.
What's there to be sad about? Personally, when I get there, I wouldn't mind having that job.
And that's not going to be for a very long time.
Hi, everyone.
Now there is our handsome escort. How did things go today, Fred?
Yeah, congratulations on your new job.
Thanks, Mr. Carson.
Any juicy tidbits of information from anyone about possible future events?
This doesn't involve clairvoyance. Fred just picks up people who've gone on to their reward.
It doesn't hurt to ask, Jack. Besides, there might be someone who buried some treasure somewhere and told Fred all about it.
If that were the case, we wouldn't have to worry about a thing.
No, nothing like that, Mrs. Carson. I just simply guide them to the demarcation point.
Would you believe it's a bus?
You're kidding.
Well, to be fair, it really is a nice bus.
Well, I, for one, am glad to see you doing something worthwhile.
Right. Dorothy, could I possibly talk to you alone?
Okay. Yeah, let's go in the kitchen.
I have a very serious problem.
What's going on, Fred?
Well, you know that I get a name and a place and a time to be somewhere to pick up the soul that's crossing over. Well, I usually get it a couple of days in advance.
I remember that first email. I didn't think computers were even used over there.
Oh, everything has been computerized now.
So, you just get the information that you need, then you go and wait? So what's the problem?
Dorothy, let me ask you, if you knew something bad was going to happen, and you thought you could prevent it, well, would you?
Of course. That's a no-brainer, Fred.
Yeah, but what if you were told that you could not say anything? That it was against the rules?
Oh, man. You mean those rules that they tend to change every other day?
Oh, Dorothy, please, this is serious.
I'm sorry, Fred. So you're asking me if I knew something was going to happen that I could possibly change, would I try to do it? Even though it was against the rules? I think that I would.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid you were going to say.
Wait. Does this information have anything to do with standing me?
Kind of.
Then you have to tell me. Rules are no rules, Fred.
Here, I accidentally left the travel orders on the kitchen table. I must have forgot to pick them up. I'll see you later.
Okay, plausible deniability, I guess. Okay, so let's just see what the heck this says about... What? Oh, hell no!
It has to be some sort of mistake.
According to Fred, the head office doesn't make mistakes.
Oh, really? Putting ghosts and vampires in my house wasn't a mistake?
Right? I remember.
And what about Fred even coming here? That wasn't a mistake?
I guess you were right.
Is there anybody you can call about this?
I tried calling Control, but apparently he's on vacation.
How do you take a vacation in the afterlife?
I think he just didn't want to talk to me.
I have a question. If this turns out to be something real,
I think I know what you're about to ask.
what are we going to tell the boys?
There have been documented cases of people who knew beforehand that a catastrophe was about to happen. When they revealed their premonition, they were met with ridicule. Of course, they were vindicated when the worst did happen, but that did not do the people involved much good. I'll be back with Act 3. Frederick Washington Davis has accidentally given Dorothy some rather distressing news. We now join Millie and Dot in the living room with their respective husbands.
So what's the big meeting all about?
Yes, you two've been in the kitchen a long time.
Stan? Are you feeling okay?
Never better. Why do you ask?
Jack, you know you have been eating a lot of fried foods lately. When was your last checkup?
Now, you know I had one just last week. The doctor gave me a clean bill of health. What's this all about?
Honey? You don't feel, sick or faint or anything? Do you?
I told you, I'm fine. Now, what is this all about?
Did you tell them, Dorothy?
I'm getting around to it. Tactfully, Fred.
Will somebody tell us something?
Fred, it isn't time already, is it?
Oh, no, Mrs. Carson. We still have a half hour.
What happens in half an hour? Somebody say something.
Fred got an order to pick up 2 souls yesterday.
So what's so bad about that? I mean, is it someone that we know?
Oh, you definitely know them.
Shut up, Fred! Let me do this in my own way.
Wouldn't it be better to just tell them?
Tell us what?
The 2 people that were on the order that Fred is supposed to pick up at exactly 8 tonight are Mr. Jack Carson and Mr. Stanley Peters.
But I don't even feel sick.
Don't worry, hon. Dorothy is trying to get through to someone that may be able to help.
But that's what I've been trying to tell you. Once the order is made, well, there isn't anybody who can change it.
Dorothy, are you okay?
Oh, Stan.
What did you find out?
Control still is answering the phone.
There has to be some mistake.
Fred, are you absolutely sure that you have the right names?
Oh, absolutely.
So, what do we do now?
I would say that... Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't want to do this, but I don't have a choice.
It's almost 8 o'clock. Oh, Millie, there's so much I want to say.
I know. Me too, Jack.
Dorothy, I'm sorry, honey.
It's just not fair.
Now what?
Something is wrong. I don't understand.
What was supposed to happen?
Well, there should have been this light, and then Stan and Jack would follow me to the bus.
I have the distinct impression that we are still very much alive and well.
I'm glad for that.
Oh, no, something is definitely wrong.
Fred, what are you doing here?
Digger? I'm waiting for Jack and Stan to come over to the other side.
You were supposed to be at the Hampton Arms Motel 30 minutes ago.
What? Digger, what is going on?
Oh, no. I read the instructions very carefully. I am supposed to pick up Jack Carson and Stanley Peters at 8 p.m. tonight. And that was 5 minutes ago.
And as you can see, we are perfectly fine.
Let me see these so-called orders.
See? Even I saw it.
Most irregular, too. Fred, we shall have to have a long talk about keeping our mouths shut.
Now, don't you dare blame Fred. I just happened to see the orders in the kitchen on the table.
Mrs. Peters, Mrs. Carson, I owe you both a rather large apology.
You mean there really is a mistake?
I just checked the original order. Apparently, we have some new typists in the office. Fred is at the correct address, just in the wrong county. And the two souls are one Mr. Jack Peters and Mr. Stan Carson.
I told you I didn't feel sick.
You mean this wasn't my mistake?
No, Fred. You were only following the instructions that you were given.
Oh, Stan!
Whoa, I'm okay.
I suppose you want a kiss as well.
You had better, you big old bear.
Well, I guess I'd better get over to pick up the right ones.
Again, I apologize for the mistake.
Dorothy, will you do me a favor?
Anything for you?
If you ever find out something is going to happen,
Yes?
just keep it to yourself.
Oh, I love you, Stan.
As the four friends make a toast to their good health and long life, Fred simply smiles. I'll be back shortly with a final word. As far as I know, Fred is still escorting departed loved ones to the, bus for their short, flight to their final destination. Personally, I like the old way much better. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Carter Sheriff. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. The music provided by Kevin MacLeod. And now, a preview of our next tale.
For God's sake, don't you hear it?
Roderick, please. I don't hear anything.
I have heard it for many minutes, many days. God help me, I said nothing.
Oh, please, Roderick. You must get control of yourself.
She's coming. Don't you hear her, Edgar? She's coming for me.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. am your host, Artemis Black. I must warn you that what lies ahead is a tale so gruesome that when it ends, you will know beyond doubt the true meaning of the word revulsion. Are you prepared for this? Then come with us to the library, where Edgar is seeing his long-lost friend, Roderick Usher, for the first time in many years.
Edgar! My dear friend, it's been way too long.
It's good to see you, Roderick. And yes, it's been much too long.
But we shall not linger over lost time. Let us drink to our health. I'm so glad that you were able to come. Things will be so much better.
Roderick, you sent me a letter begging me to come.
Begging? No, my friend.
And you mention a sickness. Your pallor is horrid. When was the last time that you were outside?
Not since Father died, over 20 years ago.
20 years? Well, no wonder you look so...
My affliction is a family trait. My senses have been heightened. I cannot take the feel of coarse fabric against my skin. Light from anything other than a candle causes me great pain. I can only eat the most insipid of foods. Did you know that I heard your footsteps on the bridge over the Tarn?
And music?
Not in the way that you think. I still can play guitar, but only lightly.
Do you still paint?
Occasionally.
Well then, the solution is simple. We shall read and paint, and eventually you'll be running through the fields just as we did as children.
Roderick?
Madeline, what are you doing out of bed? You know the doctor said that you should...
I was dreaming. I cannot stand to dream. They frighten me.
Forgive me, Edgar. I must return Madeline back to her bedroom. Come, Madeline, dear.
Your sister? Is she going to be all right?
The doctor has told her that she will live a very long life, but I know better.
What is wrong with her?
She suffers, Edgar. Suffers perhaps even more than I do. I have seen her lying in bed in a death-like sleep. They call it cataleptical state, in which she appears to be dead. Her body is wasted away over the years, and with her demise, I shall be the last of the Ushers.
Edgar?
Oh, Lady Madeline, what brings you to my room?
I couldn't find Roderick. I must speak with someone.
Well, please, sit down, sit down. Now, what can I do for you?
I have dreams, Edgar. Horrible dreams of death. I don't want to dream anymore.
Oh, please, Lady Madeline, you must not get yourself into a state.
Roderick doesn't understand. Our family curse. Have you not seen the crack in the wall on the front of the house?
Yes, I have. When I arrived. Is it safe to even live here?
It is like a crack on our very souls. And the dreams. The dreams become more monstrous with each night.
Madeline! What are you doing here?
Please, Roderick, I beg of you.
Oh, please forgive me, Roderick. Your sister came to my room and...
No! How could she be here?
What are you talking about?
I saw her only moments ago from the library window, walking through the cemetery.
But she's been here the entire time.
Why don't you look at me, Roderick? Am I that grotesque to gaze upon?
Roderick faces his sister with a look of horror. Is the Lady Madeline so close to death that her very spirit walks among the tombstones of the family cemetery? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Again, I must ask if you wish to go on, for what lies ahead is a terror that I cannot find the words to convey. Even Edgar, while sitting in his room writing an entry in his journal, finds it difficult to describe the horror of meeting Lady Madeline.
She was not a woman at that moment. She was more of a corpse, standing in that awful room. If she were indeed alive, I thought to myself, she should be dead.
Madeline, please.
Edgar, you winced when you touched my hand. Can you feel the coldness of death?
Oh, no,
You need not try to make excuses. Even now, you cannot help but stare at the dark patches on my face, the decay that lives, that thrives on my dying flesh.
I must insist that you not exert yourself.
I wanted to meet your friend, another human being that lives outside this house, this tomb. I wanted, needed. Oh.
Quick, catch her!
I've got her.
Come, help me get her back to her room.
She weighs nothing. I can't feel a pulse, a heartbeat. Is she...
Come this way. Here, put her down here.
Roderick, that's a coffin.
Yes! It is her bed! It is where she rests. And haven't you noticed, she doesn't wear a nightgown, but
Oh, dear Lord. A shroud? A funeral shroud!
She has been ready for her burial for almost a year now. Come, Edgar, let's get back to the library.
No, wait. There is something. I can't quite place it. Something about her face.
Then you do see it.
Family resemblance is quite strong.
Of course it is, Edgar. The Lady Madeline is my twin.
Had I known what was to lay ahead of me, my horror would have been increased 1,000-fold. I should have fled that desolate house right then and there, but instead found myself at breakfast with my friend the next morning. I believe that I should go up and bring something to Madeline.
No. Perhaps later in the day.
My God, Roderick, your sister is dying up there.
Don't you think I know that? But the stench, the smell will sicken you, nauseate you to a point where you will not be able to stand it.
What are you talking about?
The stench of death and decay.
For days I tried to lift the spirit of my friend, while all the time thinking of Lady Madeline. I would read to him, listen to his silly lyrics of songs that he would make up. We painted, although not outside as I had wished. It seemed to me that his countenance was improving as we sat in the library one evening.
What do you think of this painting, Edgar?
Quite extraordinary. When did you do this?
Oh, about 6 months ago. I still do not think that the eyes are correct.
Perhaps a little more green within the pupils?
Edgar, I cannot thank you enough for staying with me so long.
I told you, Roderick. I'm here for you. Always.
It is my own fault that we lost contact with each other after you went away to school. I should have been more of an attentive friend.
Well, we both had our own lives to lead. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe that I shall retire to my room.
Of course. I did not realize how late it was getting. I shall see you at breakfast.
Who's there? Roderick? Madeline?
It's happened, Edgar. It has finally happened.
Oh, what's going on?
The Lady Madeline has succumbed to her illness.
She's dead?
Yes, she's dead. And now, my dear friend, I have but one favor to ask of you.
Oh, anything. You name it.
Will you help me carry her down to a vault within the walls?
Do you not wish to bury her in the family cemetery?
Not just yet.
Terror so awful that it shatters the human mind hangs like a shroud in the air. It grips on the spirit like the very slime on the decaying walls, and Edgar wonders if the madness within is not beginning to invade his mind. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Roderick Usher and his friend Edgar have placed the coffin that contains the body of the Lady Madeline in a vault deep within the walls of the house. They gaze upon her lifeless features before nailing the lid shut.
We loved each other, cherished each other more than two people ever did.
Yes, I understand.
Here, the hammer. Finish it. For God's sake, finish it.
For 7 days and nights, there would be no rest. Roderick's ordinary occupations were long forgotten, and my efforts to bring him back from this melancholia were fruitless. He hurried from room to room without purpose, barely eating anything. What few servants that he had were sent away, and we lived alone in gloomy squalor. He seemed to be listening endlessly to some imaginary sound. No wonder his condition seemed to be affecting me. I felt it creeping upon me. The terrors caused by his inexplicable fantasies. Roderick, should you not go up to bed? You haven't had any sleep for...
No! Time enough later for sleep.
Well, is there anything that I can do for you?
Simply being here is enough.
Then I shall wish you a good night. What? Hello? Roderick? Is that you?
Edgar.
Oh, please, come in.
You haven't seen it?
Seen what?
No, you haven't. But you shall. Yes, you will see it.
Roderick, what are you doing? Close the window.
You see? You see? Clouds everywhere. No moon, no stars can be seen. But look, that strange light. Where's it come from?
Roderick, get away from the window. You're in a state. It is simply some sort of electrical phenomenon, nothing more. Now come. The storm will eventually pass. Here, I have your favorite book. I shall read, and you will listen, and we will pass away this terrible night together. In the morning, you'll see, all will be well.
No, listen. Do you hear it?
It's only a tree branch hitting the side of the house.
Downstairs, in the vault?
Roderick?
I've heard it for many hours, many days and nights, yet I dare not speak. I tell you, she was alive when we locked her in the vault. She was alive.
Oh my God, Roderick. What have you done? What have we done?
We have put her living in the tomb. From the very first, wherever I was, I could hear her first feeble movements inside the coffin. And now tonight you heard it. Even your dull ears could hear it. The beating on the lid, the breaking of the coffin, the screech of the door hinges, the clank of the iron-bound door. And now, she's here.
Roderick.
Her footsteps are on the stairs. I can feel the pounding of her heart.
Roderick.
I tell you, she's there. There! She comes for me. She comes for me. Now she stands outside the door.
Roderick!
Never have I witnessed such horror as I did that night. In the doorframe stood the decaying corpse of Lady Madeline, her shroud covered in blood, her flesh bruised as if from some great struggle.
Roderick.
Madeline! No! Please!
Madeline, in her final death agony, threw herself at her brother, knocking him to the floor, her arms entwined around him. Both of them now dead. The entire house began to shake, as if by some mighty hand. The storm had reached its zenith, and I ran from that chamber of terror, and now into the night. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls begin to collapse. There was a long, tumultuous shouting sound, like the voice of 1,000 waters. The deep and dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the House of Usher.
Edgar stands at the gaping hole where once stood a huge mansion. He slowly turns, wondering if he will ever forget the terror of that night. I'll return shortly. When The Fall of the House of Usher was first published in 1839, many people assumed that it was about Poe himself. They observed that the narrator's description of Roderick also applied to the author. Contemporary readers and critics interpreted the story as a somewhat sensationalized account of Poe's supposed madness. Other scholars pointed to the work as an embodiment of Poe's doctrine of art for art's sake, which held that art needs no moral, political, or educational justification. But of course, we leave it to your own interpretations. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The script was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What is that? That
Oh,
little box you brought in.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't the foggiest idea.
Oh, come on. Well, no. Where'd you get it from?
Well, I mean, I got it in the mail yesterday. It says it's from like the podcast distributors.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I really don't have any idea.
Oh my! It just came on. Look at the pretty lines.
Yeah, but it still doesn't tell us what it is.
What kind of story would it be if we can't use knife or gun or murder or for crying out loud?
Oh,
you risk being completely taken off the platform if you continue to use such...
Beep!
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare.
You've never heard any of my raw sound files.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever heard any of mine. They would probably be like, oh, Jesus. Thank God for Swan.
Wow, his editing skills are...
immaculate. No, words move, man. Words move on the damn page. And
that's what impresses me about you doing these things. Because you do have dyslexia. You don't make any bones about it. You're not trying to hide it.
No.
You tell him, look, I have dyslexia.
Yeah, it sucks, but yeah, I do. And thank you for dealing with it. You'll write a line this way, and then I totally backwards ass that damn thing. You're like, no, that's fine. It sounded good.
Yeah.
Like, it sounded good. That's fine.
Sounded fine, but you might want to redo it.
Oh, wait. But there's no, that was good. It sounded fine. Because I got it mixed backwards.
Uh-huh. And it sounded better
than
what I wrote.
And then there's the ones where I'm like, you're like, but you sit stoic and you go, would you like to try that again? I'm like, hell yeah, I would. Hell yeah, I would like to try that again because I know I flubbed that line so bad. Well, it did drown a little bit for one of them.
Yes, you did.
Was that the everyday?
Yes, it was.
Oh my gosh. had that big ass bowl, like, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna go blah, 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 or something. And I was like, yeah, it was water right out my nose.
Look, you waterboarded yourself.
Yes,
okay?
yes, I must admit, it was not Swan. It was me.
Yeah.
I did it to myself, and he's over there, like, bopping me on the back, saying, are you okay?
I raised your arm and shook it.
You did. What sort of gruesome fun have you got planned for us this next season?
Well, okay, you know, I mean, that's why I'm over here. Okay. I got a lot of story ideas.
Oh, my.
You know, don't look so... But look, I mean, seriously, you've helped with you edit all the scripts. We've written some together. You've written some.
Yeah.
And I've got the ideas, but I want to go over them with you first. You know, I mean, if it sounds like it could be an interesting story, we could play around with it. You know.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to need some help.
Oh my, you mean you don't have the ending planned yet? No, don't even. No freaking way.
Oh, haha.
No way. Mr. starts at the end first, does everything amazingly. Oh, what is that? What is that? That little box you brought in.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't the foggiest idea.
Oh, come on. Well, no. Where'd you get it from?
Well, I mean, I got it in the mail yesterday. It says it's from like the podcast distributors.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I really don't have any idea.
Oh my! It just came on. Look at the pretty lights.
Yeah, but it still doesn't tell us what it is.
Y'all, forget it. Let's try to work out a story for this week. Come on, man. Come on. All right, we gotta get going.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm working on the Trials of Frankenstein.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
which I think is going to be an amazing.
I'm so upset that you didn't have the last tier. I'm so upset.
I'm working on them.
I know.
But,
I know.
You know, our first miniseries, but that's not until next season. So I thought about making. How about a revenge story?
What was that?
I don't know. You did hear it too, right?
No way. You heard it as well?
Yeah.
What the is that?
I don't know. But you did hear it.
I did. Just when you said revenge. What the hell is that? No way. No flipping way. You're freaking me out, man.
I don't know what it is.
I have to live here. You can't just leave tonight.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Okay, let's go back to the stories. How about a spirit who was killed?
No. What the hell is going on?
You may not use certain words on our platform.
Swan? Did you hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, but where did it come from?
No way. I think it came from that box.
I am the Guardian 9000. I was sent by the distributor to make sure that your channel adheres to our terms.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What exactly do you do?
Oh my gosh.
I simply censor those words that may be offensive or triggering to some of our viewers.
Oh my God.
I was wondering when this crap was gonna happen.
Please continue with your proposed story.
Right. Okay, then. Well, I like the ghost idea, but we need to make sort of a backstory for... Well, first, is the ghost a boy or a girl?
Oh, you have got to be kidding me!
Those words have been deemed triggering and may be offensive.
Now, wait just a minute! It's sort of important to the story, which sex our characters are going to be? What? You can't even say the word sex?
Oh, wow. This just got a lot harder.
This is bullshit. Let's just keep going. Crap. Okay, why don't we use a monster instead?
Okay, I like that. What sort of monster?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe some creature from a swamp that has killed people. I mean, unalived a bunch of people.
Okay, I kind of like where this is going. Go on, let's keep going.
Well, we could do a scene where the monster stabs people with his nails that are shaped like knives.
Those words have been censored and deemed inappropriate.
You gotta be kidding me!
Okay, look. You know, we're Crimson, we are writers.
Yes.
Okay, we can do this. How about... Oh, I'm almost afraid to say it. Jabs?
I'm not sure if that's okay either.
Okay, well, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
So jabs people with its sharp, pointy things.
Oh my god. I mean, you did it, but do you realize how stupid that sounds?
Yeah, I know. But what else? Oh, wait. What if the monster's creators were murdered?
Oh my gosh. You mean unalived?
Oh, right. Unalived by some really bad.
Oh my god. This is getting ridiculous. We're a horror show. Remember? What kind of story would it be if we can't use knife or gun or murder or for crying out loud?
Oh my god.
You risk being completely taken off the platform if you continue to use such
beep.
What the heck was that? Was that you?
I'm sorry. The use of the English language is very triggering to me.
You must take this seriously. I was created to keep the order on our platform.
You were created by a bunch of dim-witted people who think that everyone should think the exact same way.
Tell it, Crimson.
Oh, yeah.
I'm only here to help.
And what a great job you're doing.
I mean, how are we supposed to convey fear and horror if we can't use words to do it?
Perhaps there are other ways to express yourself without offending.
Who cares? If you're offended by what we create, don't watch it.
Yeah, apparently people have forgotten how to use that off button.
For real.
We are here to present the most wholesome content that we can. You will have to find another way.
I think that I found another way.
Hey, Crimson, you don't happen to have another one of those baseball bats, do you?
What are you two planning on doing?
Unfortunately, I do not. What a crowbar do?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, yeah. Yes, a crowbar will do very nicely.
I am only here to help you so that...
Swan?
Yes, Crimson?
Why don't we do a little censoring of our own?
Could not have said it better myself.
No, please, what are you doing?
We are unaliving you.
Going to put you in a forever box.
No, you can't.
I am the Guardian 9000, and I am here to help.
That was most gratifying.
Yeah, for me too. I can't stand censorship in any form.
Oh, no. No. How about that story?
Okay. So what are we gonna do? Murder, death, destruction, gun knives, acid.
Our story tonight, Censored, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our cast included Gemma Mitchell as the Guardian 9000. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I didn't mean to kill him. He just, he happened to get in the way.
Gary Collins, 10 years old. Had a pretty good right arm. Could have played for the major leagues one day. But alas, another life cut short.
Look, old man, I told everybody to stay down. That stupid guard tried to reach for the alarm. When I shot, well, the kid was standing right there. Now, how the hell was I supposed to...
Now, Mr. Flanders. No judgment here. I was just curious as to how it made you feel.
Nothing. I didn't and still don't feel anything. Now, where are you sending me?
As I told you, somewhere that no one, and I mean no one, will be able to find you.
Join us next time for another adventure behind the doorway to nightmare into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until then, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. When a person commits a crime, according to these statistics, they make at least 31 mistakes that will eventually lead to their capture. With the advances in forensic science and the prevalence of video cameras, it is extremely difficult to get away with a crime.
Hello? Anyone here?
Welcome, sir. Welcome. Now, if you'll excuse a rather tired old expression, what can I help you with?
That depends. Are you Mr. Jameson?
Jonah Jameson, at your service.
Then you are the guy I was told could help me.
Well, now, that all depends on who bestowed upon you that bit of information.
Mr. Steele. Andrew Steele.
Ah, yes. Then you must be Mr. Flanders. Good of you to come around. I've been expecting you.
Like I had a choice?
Yes, I completely understand. The media has covered you quite well.
That's why I told Steele that I need to get out of the country. My picture is literally everywhere.
I've seen the accounts of your exploits. I must say that last robbery went very wrong.
That's an understatement.
Not to worry, sir. Your troubles will soon be over.
And you can guarantee that?
Yes, sir. I've been in business for over 40 years, and not once have I ever had a complaint. Yes, sir. I can make you a full guarantee.
All right. But wait, where would I go? Everyone is looking for me.
You let me worry about that.
I just want to be comfortable, you know?
Don't worry about a thing. I will handle all of the arrangements.
Don't you even want to know where I might want to go?
I just assumed that anywhere but here would suit you, but if you have a particular preference, by all means, enlighten me.
To be honest, I haven't really given it much thought.
Don't let it trouble you. I'm sure that your destination will suit you.
You know, now that I think about it, I would like to go someplace warm, you know? Somewhere like Bermuda or Fiji. I hear that they have great banking laws.
I'm sure that something can be arranged.
As long as it's not someplace cold. I can't stand the cold.
Now, sir, there is a bit of unpleasant business that we need to take care of first, before arrangements can be made.
A catch. There's always a catch.
Oh, nothing like that, Mr. Flanders. You see, my service is not free, you understand.
Oh, that. Your payoff. I figured that this would not be like getting a plane or bus ticket.
Nothing like that at all. If it were that easy, I would no longer be in business.
So, how much is this trip gonna cost me?
Now, no reason to be upset. I can assure you, and you will pardon me for continuing to say, that you will be completely satisfied.
Now look, Mr. Jameson, I'm getting tired of you dancing around.
Tut, Mr. Flanders. There's absolutely no need for a gun. I can assure you that all will be taken care of.
Yes, but for how much?
A mere pittance. Only $750,000.
They say, whoever they are, that crime does not pay. It has been my experience that crime, no matter how petty, can cost dearly. I'll return with Act 2 shortly. Mr. Flanders, a rather dubious and unscrupulous character, has just found out how much it is going to cost him to get away from the long arm of the law.
$750,000? Have you lost your ever-blooming mind?
As I told you, there are expenses involved.
What are you trying to do? Build a new wing on this dump that you call a shop?
There is, of course, an alternative.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
I can pour us both a nice stiff drink, toast to your health, and wish you good luck in your future endeavors.
But you don't understand. I can't go anywhere. Get it? Anywhere. Every cop in this city is looking for me.
So I was led to believe.
Doesn't exactly leave me an alternative. All right. I'll be back tomorrow.
With the money?
Yes, with the money. Mr. Jameson, you about? Hello?
Well, hello, Mr. Flanders. Very good to see you again. I trust that everything is in order.
If you mean did I get the money, yeah, right here.
Splendid.
You want to count it?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary. I completely trust you.
You would be the first.
The best way to find out if you can trust someone is to trust them.
Yeah, I guess so.
A simple quote from Hemingway. Now then, the first part of our business has been concluded.
So where am I going?
Before we get to that bit of pleasantness, will you be truthful with me?
About what?
How did you feel when you killed that boy?
I didn't mean to kill him. You just, you happened to get in the way.
Gary Collins, 10 years old. Had a pretty good right arm. Could have played for the major leagues one day. But alas, another life cut short.
Look, old man, I told everybody to stay down. That stupid guard tried to reach for the alarm. When I shot, well, the kid was standing right there. Now, how the hell was I supposed to?
Now, Mr. Flanders. No judgment here. I was just curious as to how it made you feel.
Nothing. I didn't and still don't feel anything. Now, where are you sending me?
As I told you, somewhere that no one, and I mean no one, will be able to find you.
According to the National Crime Information Center, approximately 2,300 people are reported missing every day. This includes both children and adults. This does not include Americans who have vanished in other countries, individuals who disappear and are never reported, or the homeless and their children. I'll be back with Act 3. Frank Ahern, a skip tracer, which is a term for people who find others, says that people intentionally go missing for usually two reasons: money or danger. Men usually leave because of money, and women because of danger.
So, Mr. Jameson, what do I do now? I mean, you got a plane or something?
All the instructions, everything that you will need is right here in this information packet. Read it carefully and follow the directions to the letter.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Jameson.
You honestly didn't feel anything when you shot that young boy?
Not a thing. Kid shouldn't have been in the bank. I mean, why wasn't he in school?
Would it change your feelings if you knew that he was going for a cancer treatment after his mother finished work at the bank?
Not in the least. I guess I should be going.
Yes, Mr. Flanders. I believe that would be the most prudent thing to do at this point. Happy journey to you, sir.
This is the place, according to the directions, 20 miles away from the city in the middle of nowhere. According to these instructions, I'm supposed to just sit and wait? Wait for what? Hey, what's going on? Hey, unlock this door! What the hell? What's going on with the lights? What the hell is happening? Let me out of here! Let me out! What the? Where am I?
It's about time.
Who the hell are you?
Well, now, you look extremely healthy. Yes, that's a very good specimen. Mr. Jameson has certainly outdone himself this time.
Where am I?
Oh, you are in my shop, of course.
Shop? What sort of shop?
You must forgive me. Your English was extremely hard for me to learn.
What the hell is that?
Now shut up, you. You want to run off my best customer? Yes, so very happy to see you again. Of course, I remember our language, but as you can see, I just got in a new shipment. Oh, really? How large of a party? Oh my, that many. Well, I do believe my latest acquisition will suit you fine.
Who the hell am I? Who are you?
I told you to be quiet. Yes, it is a bit on the loud side. Not to worry, I can take care of that.
Where am I?
You were in my... Oh, how do you say it in your language? Oh, yes, a butcher shop on a planet 8 light years from your Earth.
Oh, God, no!
Now, how would you like your order?
No!
Well, it all depends on the meal you want prepared. Would you like us to dispatch it for you? We also grind, marinate, debone, spatchcock, or serve it whole.
No!
We can also separate the organ meat. I hear that it is great for a Friday.
Jonah Jameson speaking. Oh, Mr. Steele. How was the shipment? Excellent. Well, as I told you, I always guarantee quality. Since we made the deal with them, I've never had any complaints. Really? Well, I believe they have just walked in. Don't you worry, Mr. Steele. I will take care of everything. Well now, you must be the one that was sent by Mr. Steele. I'm Jonah Jameson, at your service. Now then, don't you worry about a thing. No one, and I mean no one, will ever see you again.
According to statistics, every year, almost 2 million people vanish from Earth without a single trace. If you're good at math, that makes 3 per minute. A great portion of this number is due to life expectancy or criminal reasons. But for another part of them, there is no explanation. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Of course, our story tonight is simply a work of fiction. A rather humorous look at bad guys getting their comeuppance. Perhaps the people of Earth will attempt to do better. Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol and Dave Arkhipov. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
20 years? I paid for a crime I never committed.
I understand, Micah. But why are you here now?
Isn't it obvious, Andrew? You framed me. You put me in that hellhole.
And so now you are here to murder me. Isn't that a bit overly dramatic?
What's wrong with you? You should be, at the very least, afraid.
There is nothing that you can do to me that would cause fear. You see, Micah, if you murder me, you would be doing me a favor.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Vengeance is in my heart. Death in my hand. Blood and revenge are hammering in my head. Rather angry words from Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus, but words that are powerful. And while some would say that you should turn the other cheek when wronged, there are those who, and I don't mean to be impertinent, have run out of cheeks.
Yes? May I help you?
You don't remember me, do you, Andrew?
I'm sorry, I don't think that I have had the pleasure.
It was never a pleasure.
Well then, whatever you are selling, would you kindly move on to the next house?
Are you so sure that you want me to leave, Andrew Price?
I'm sorry, but you have obviously mistaken me for someone else. My name is Andrew Smith.
Smith, eh? Couldn't come up with a better name.
Just who the devil are you?
I'm not surprised that you don't recognize me, Andrew. After all, it has been over 20 years now.
I think that perhaps you had best leave the premises.
Susan, remember her?
I'm sorry. I don't know anyone by that name.
Do you actually want me to go over all the details while I stand here on your porch? All the little things that you would rather not come out to your neighbors?
Wait. No. No. Please, come inside.
Why, thank you, Mr. Smith. I believe that I shall.
Can I offer you a brandy?
I believe that we can dispense with the formalities. Don't you, Andrew?
I suppose so. I always thought that this day would eventually come.
You didn't seem to be as surprised to see me as I thought you would be.
Micah Nolan. So, when did they let you out?
Who said anything about them letting me out?
No, I only assume that the parole board would...
I escaped, Andrew.
Really? Well, then I suppose I should call the police.
Are you absolutely sure that you want to do that?
Look, Micah, what is done. I can't exactly go back in time and change anything. Susan is dead. And that's the end of it.
Yes, she is. And I paid the price for you. And what a beautiful frame job you performed.
Yes, I thought so too.
I bet you weren't smiling when they reversed the death penalty in my case.
No, on that you are right. I wasn't. But then, I don't have control over what laws are passed, or overturned in this case.
Why, Andrew? Why did you kill her?
It was simply a question of economics. She wanted you, Micah, even though I was the better choice.
She was my best friend! And you just couldn't stand that, could you?
No! I couldn't. You had the rich family. You were the sports hero in every field. You with your manners and your fine upbringing.
Don't even try it, you pompous ass. You had money, prestige, even a family name. It isn't my fault that Susan chose me.
Well, she made the wrong choice. So, I went down to talk to her. Instead, she told me that I was simply a friend and nothing more.
And then you choked the life out of her. But why did you have to frame me?
You made it so easy. Witnesses that saw you go into her apartment and leave by the back entrance. I didn't even have to pay them off. Your fingerprints all over the place. And the argument that you and Susan had earlier in the evening? No, Micah. You framed yourself.
I've waited 20 years. 20 years to do this!
Really, Micah? Don't you think that you are being a bit overdramatic?
One pull of the trigger. That's all it takes.
I thought that in 20 years you would have been a little more creative. So, what are you waiting for?
Get down on your knees. Beg me not to pull the trigger.
And why? Why should I do something so degrading?
You aren't even afraid?
Why should I be? You would be doing me a favor.
What are you talking about?
I was given a death sentence as well. Just last week. I have probably 3 months to live.
What did the doctors say?
Some sort of brain tumor that cannot be operated on. Here you go. I hope that you will find this brandy most satisfactory.
I had no idea. No idea at all.
Of course, I wouldn't expect any sympathy from you. So by all means, pull the trigger. It would be less painful than these damn headaches.
And you say the doctors have no other options?
Only the painkillers. And even they will eventually stop working.
No way! This is too good to be true!
What are you talking about?
You were right, Andrew. I could pull the trigger, get my so-called revenge on what you did to me, but that would be too quick, too easy. Now wouldn't it?
But isn't it what you want?
I have a much better plan now. You have a rather nice home here. Yes, I think it will be most comfortable.
Wait. What are you talking about?
3 months. I can wait that long.
If you think...
I shall become your caregiver, Andrew Price. It will be most satisfying to see you squirm in pain and eventually die.
And what makes you think that I would allow you to do such a thing?
Because, Andrew, I found the evidence that implicates you in Susan's murder. That would vindicate me.
Vladimir Makarov once said, "Revenge is like a ghost. It takes over every man it touches. Its thirst cannot be quenched until the last man standing has fallen." I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. Winston Churchill once commented that anyone can rap, but it takes a certain amount of ingenuity to re-rap.
Ah, Dr. Evans.
You must be Micah. Andrew told me he had a friend staying with him.
Please, won't you come in?
Ah, thank you. How is our patient today?
He seems to be in good spirits. At least he is eating now that I'm here.
Oh, before I forget, I brought over this prescription for the pain. It isn't much, but at least it will help alleviate the worst of it.
How very kind of you, Dr. Evans. Is there nothing more that can be done? I have heard of several experimental treatments.
The test, unfortunately, show a massive tumor in his brain, much too deep to operate, and I have heard of other so-called treatments. No, I'm afraid there isn't anything more we can do.
Have you had a chance to see the latest test results?
I will get those this afternoon. In the meantime, keep him as comfortable as you can.
Doc, how did it start? When did Andrew come to see you?
Oh, a few months ago, he was complaining about severe headaches. I naturally put it down to simple migraines.
What brought it all on?
Any number of things. Too much caffeine, stress, perhaps certain foods in his diet.
And when did you find out about the tumor?
Last month when I scheduled a brain scan.
Oh my. And it is definitely terminal?
Well, we can't be absolutely sure of anything. But in my personal opinion, I would say yes, it is terminal.
Oh, my head. It hurts so bad. Micah, please. My bills.
Your pills? Let me see. Now, where did I put those silly things?
Oh, Micah, you sadistic son of a...
No. Let's not resort to that sort of language. Who knows? I may not remember exactly where your pills are until, let's say, tomorrow.
Oh, please, Micah. I can't stand this. Just shoot me. Now.
But that's too easy. This is so much more fun. There we go. Amazing. The pain pills look exactly like these little caffeine pills. Oh, if you think the pain is intense now, just you wait. Oh, Andrew, you have no idea what is in store for you. Here you are, Andrew. A nice bit of lunch for ya. And I also brought you the pills.
Thank you, Micah.
A bit of gratitude? I'm impressed.
I have nothing left.
What are you writing?
Call it a confession.
Really? From the great Andrew Price? I can hardly wait to read it.
But don't worry. You will. I've included everything that I did. What I did to you, the murder of Susan, and a few other things that even you don't know about.
And just what are you going to do with this great work of non-fiction?
I want you to mail it to the police. You may have to answer for your escape, but at least the murder charge will be lifted.
How very noble of you.
You will also find my will. I've left everything to you. It's the least that I can do.
Yes, how very true.
Henry Home once said, "The indulgence of revenge tends to make men more savage and cruel." I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Friedrich Schiller wrote, "Revenge is barren of itself. It is the dreadful food it feeds on. Its delight is murder, and its end is despair."
Oh, the pain is so much worse now, isn't it?
Yes. I can't bear it. The pills, they seem to be making it worse.
Not much longer now.
Oh, Micah, did you mail the letter?
Yes, it's all been taken care of, even the power of attorney, so that I may help you with your doctors.
Oh, whoever it is, tell them you will call them back later.
Don't you worry a bit. I'll take care of everything. Price Residence, how may I help you?
Micah. I'm glad you answered.
Hello, Dr. Evans. How may I assist you?
How is our patient doing?
Oh, his pain is getting much worse. I'll be surprised if he makes it until morning.
Well, you can tell that good-for-nothing faker that he needs to get out of bed now.
Doctor, what a thing to say about a dying man.
He isn't dying. Never was.
What?
The tests were all wrong. It seemed that there was a new technician at the lab. Somehow he mixed up the results with another patient. Andrew's no more dying than you are.
Micah, who was on the phone?
He was Dr. Evans. He told me to tell you that he's sending another prescription for something stronger.
Why? Why can't you just shoot me? Get it over with? Wait. What are you carrying?
Oh, I'm all packed up, ready to go. I must leave you, Andrew. Leave you all alone, as I was left in a prison cell for 20 years.
Please, Micah, don't go.
Rest assured that your conscience is clear. You confessed all of your crimes, although you may never be punished for them, at least not in this life. Goodbye, Andrew.
Andrew, you look. What's happened?
Dr. Evans, I'm dying. Remember?
Didn't Micah tell you?
Tell me what?
Where is Micah?
She's gone. She left about an hour ago. Oh, damn these headaches.
Hold on. Let me see those pills. Where'd you get these?
You prescribed them. It's what I've been taking all along.
And Micah has been giving them to you?
Of course. I've been much too weak to even get out of bed. Why do you ask?
Because they're caffeine pills. The very thing that has been causing your headaches.
You mean that Micah has
been switching your pain medication, although it doesn't really matter now.
What do you mean?
Yes, I thought as much. Micah didn't tell you. You're not dying. You never were. There is no tumor.
What?
There was a mix-up at the lab. You are going to live a very long life.
A long life. No, a very long life.
behind prison walls.
What are you talking about?
The letter. She mailed the letter. My confession. Oh, you sadistic. Micah! You planned it all! You planned it all along! I will spend the rest of my life in prison!
As the doctor looks on in bewilderment, a very satisfied Micah watches from the edge of the grounds. I'll return shortly with a final comment. A tale of revenge? Of madness? Or should we call it karma? I leave you with the words of Walter Scott. Vengeance to God alone belongs, but when I think of all my wrongs, my blood is liquid flame. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You just had to do it, didn't you, Owen?
I'm sorry, Jasmine, but you have no idea what I've seen.
I don't care what you have seen. It's just like all the other jobs, good jobs, that you have been fired from because you won't stop asking questions.
Don't you think that I have a right to know what I'm hauling around all night long?
For the kind of money that you're making, I wouldn't care if you were driving around with a truck full of drugs and dead bodies.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The philosopher Plato wrote, "To be curious about that which is not one's concern, while still in ignorance of oneself, is absurd." But let's face it, we have all been curious about something that had absolutely nothing to do with us. Haven't we?
Jasmine? You home?
Just a minute. Hey, want a beer?
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Here you go.
And a kiss? Why are you so happy?
Well, my handsome man is home, and I have a wonderful meal planned.
How many ways can you make tuna?
Oh, not tonight. I have 2 delicious steaks resting as we speak.
Steaks? How the hell did you afford to go out and get steaks?
Well, if I told you, I would have to kill you.
Honey, you know we can't afford that. My paycheck, if you want to call it that, barely covers the bills now.
What if I were to tell you that you could make 5 times more than what you are now and only have to work 3 nights a week?
I don't think I would be a very good gigolo.
But I've already set you up this week. Now, what will I tell all the clients?
Oh, haha, very funny. And I am not working for your father, whoever he is.
Did I ask you to work for Daddy?
I'm not a charity case. I can get my own job. We don't need your father to...
Daddy only offered that one time.
Besides, you still haven't let me see him. What's the big secret?
No secret, babe. We just haven't had the time.
After 2 years of marriage, you think we could make time.
Okay. Can we talk about the job now?
What sort of job are you talking about?
An extremely easy one that only requires you to drive around and make deliveries.
I didn't know the local gang needed drivers. I thought they all delivered their own drugs.
Will you stop? This is a legitimate opportunity.
And where did you hear about this opportunity?
Oh, do you remember Mary Richards from the 6th floor?
The one whose husband ran out on her?
Well, that is what everyone thinks. She says he disappeared and the police won't do anything about it.
I thought she moved out of the building.
She did, but I saw her yesterday at the grocery store. She was talking about her husband and the kind of job that he did.
I'm guessing it was this driver job.
Yes! So I very carefully was able to get the name of the company out of her and...
And you called them on my behalf. Honey, look, I really appreciate everything you do for me, but I think I am capable of finding something...
What? Another job? The one you have now is killing you. As you said, we barely have enough to live on.
You still haven't told me how you were able to afford steaks tonight.
Now, I'm getting to that. Yes, I did call on your behalf. And I talked with Mr. Stoker. It seemed that they have a position open. He was very excited to hear that you once operated a semi.
But that was years ago.
You still have your license, don't you?
Well, yeah, but...
Besides, it's just a small delivery truck.
Again, how did you get the money for the steaks?
I simply told Mr. Stoker that things had not been going very well for us. He graciously sent us over an advance on your first paycheck.
And you were sure that I would accept the job, without asking any questions.
Now you see, right there, that is your problem.
Okay, it is not unreasonable to ask about the company that you work for.
Honey, you don't just ask questions. You pry into things that don't concern your job or you.
Yeah, so sue me.
Your last employer almost did. Now come on, Owen, for once, let's not look at the proverbial gift horse in the mouth.
Did you at least ask how much the job paid?
That's the best part. Would you believe $3,000?
A month? That's not much better than what I'm making now.
No, it's $3,000 a day.
Are you positive that whoever this Mr. Stoker is, are not running drugs or something even more illegal?
I checked them out. They are a legitimate distribution company.
Okay. I believe you. So when do I start this amazing opportunity?
Well, that's sort of the bad news.
How did I know that there's a catch?
Now don't be like that. Not really a catch, just a sort of hiccup.
Honey, I love you dearly. You know that. I would just like to eat, take a shower, and then go to bed.
Well, the eating in the shower you definitely can do.
What do you mean?
They want you to start tonight.
Tonight? Are you kidding? I just got off a 12-hour shift.
I know, that's what I told them, but it's either tonight or nothing. Look, you only have to work 3 nights a week, and not all night.
Well, there's a nice bright ray of sunshine.
Mr. Stoker said it usually only takes about 3 or 4 hours to make the deliveries. The best part, you get paid at the end of the shift.
So, we would actually have 3,000 by tomorrow morning.
Actually, 2,500. That's minus the advance he sent today.
Well, sure would come in handy.
Then you will do it?
Do I have a choice?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. I love you too. Now, bring out the steak.
Oh, and one more thing.
What's that?
Don't ask any questions. Just do the job, get the money, and be happy for a change.
Mr. Turner?
Who wants to know?
I'm Owen Parker. I was told to see you about,
So you're the new driver?
Yeah, I suppose I am.
Stoker said he had a new man coming tonight. Got all the paperwork?
Yes, sir. All filled out.
Forget the sir. Just call me Buck.
Oh, okay. Buck.
Stoker wants to expand. I told him I didn't think it was a good idea, but then he is the boss.
Mr. Turner? I mean, Buck?
You start expanding, and that's when mistakes get made. I told him too many drivers out here and there could be trouble.
Buck, could I ask you...
Keep it simple, I says. We got plenty to go around, I says. But will he listen? Hell no. So what do I have to do now? Training. That's what.
Mr. Turner, what exactly are we delivering at this time of night?
How did you get this job?
Oh, my wife called and sort of got it for me.
Let me give you some friendly advice. Do the job and don't ask questions.
Oscar Wilde once said, "The public have an insatiable curiosity to know everything, except what is worth knowing." I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
Eleanor Roosevelt said, "Life must be lived and curiosity kept alive." A rather nice sentiment, but we beg the question, when does curiosity become dangerous?
So, how long have you been driving?
1,000 years, it feels like.
Have you always been with this company?
Yep.
Have you always worked the night shift?
Always.
Doesn't your wife object?
Look, Owen, I'm just supposed to train you tonight, okay? I'm not looking for a buddy.
Okay, I just thought that...
Well, think again. Here. This is the logbook. We got 4 stops to make tonight. After that, you go home, I go home, and we see each other next delivered day.
Whatever you say, Buck. So, we don't even have to load the truck at the beginning of the shift?
Nope. It's all done beforehand.
And we don't have to unload it?
That's right. You just go to the address on the log and wait.
Doesn't somebody have to sign, I don't know, something?
Not my problem.
I just want to know...
You sure do ask a lot of questions.
Well, I mean, don't you ever ask questions?
Sure I do. I ask what night I'm supposed to work, where I'm going, and how much I get paid.
And that's it?
That's it.
So you have no idea what we've got back there?
Not a clue. It isn't any of my business. That is up to Mr. Stoker.
But don't you think that...
Owen, stop. You're getting a lot of money just to do a little drop-off. You don't have to break your back lifting, loading, or even unloading. All you gotta do is sit in the truck, smile, and shut the hell up. What could be simpler?
Okay, I just don't want to go to jail because of...
Is that what's bugging you? Look, Owen, nobody is going to jail. Least of all you.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Last stop of the night. And look, it's only 1 a.m. Not bad.
Hey, who was that?
Look, Owen, I gotta go have a little chat with someone, okay?
I thought that you said that we just stayed in the truck.
I did, but this is sort of a special stop. Got it? So just sit tight. Won't take but a minute.
I still don't like this. But hey, I mean, $3,000 a night. Who am I to question that? Now, who the hell is that? God, he looks so ghastly, pale-faced, red lips, and those eyes.
There you go, Owen.
What's this?
First night's pay. It won't be needed until Friday.
But it's only Monday.
Great job, ain't it?
Honey, what's wrong? You hardly touched your dinner.
I'm sorry. I guess I just have a lot on my mind tonight.
You mean you have a lot of questions, don't you? Owen, it's been 2 weeks since you started that job, and you only worked 4 days. Only 4 days. And all of our bills are caught up. We're eating better. You are not so tired anymore.
I know all of that. I'm worried about...
About what, honey?
Okay. I did ask Buck Turner about the guy that I replaced. And you know what he said? Just take a wild guess as to what he said.
That the guy quit.
No, that he just disappeared on them.
So what?
What do you mean, so what? And there are some things that just don't seem right.
Why? For once in your life, why can't you just do a job and not be so damn inquisitive? Where are you going?
Out. I'll be back in a little while.
Owen, it's after midnight.
She doesn't understand. Something very wrong is going on with this job. So nobody wants me to ask questions? Well, then I'll find out for myself. Okay, so there's one of the trucks. That must be the new guy that started last night. No, yeah, there he is. Over at the diner. Which means I could take a small peek inside the truck.
Owen? Is that you? What time is it?
Yeah, Jasmine. It's me.
Honey, are you okay? You look like you're in shock. What time is it?
I found out, Jasmine.
Found out what?
It can't be. It just can't be.
What are you talking about?
I've got to talk to Buck Turner. He has to know what's been going on.
What did you do?
I finally got my questions answered.
How does the old saying go? Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. However, Owen is not a cat, and I don't know if anyone overly curious or not, that ever came back. Act 3 may present us with some satisfaction. Curiosity keeps leading us down new paths, said Walt Disney, and while his journeys led him to wonderful worlds of fantasy, sometimes it is better to not know the answers.
Owen, what did you do?
I called Buck Turner. He should be here any minute.
Owen, what in God's name did you do?
Maybe together we can do something about...
Owen, answer me!
Oh, hang on, babe. That must be Buck now.
Would you mind telling me what is so important that I leave my own humble abode to come here?
Thank you for coming, Buck. Oh, look, man. We got trouble. Come on in.
Mr. Turner, do you know what's going on?
All I know is your husband calls me at 3 in the morning and doesn't ask, but demands that I get here ASAP. So I'm here. Now what's the big emergency?
We gotta get the police in on this.
The police? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Owen. What do you mean, the police?
Look, Buck, the reason I called you is because I don't think you are involved. As a matter of fact, I don't think any of the drivers are involved.
What is he talking about, Buck?
Involved in what? Exactly.
Okay, so I followed one of the trucks tonight. I saw the driver stop and go into a diner.
Must have been that new guy. What's his name? Herbie? Yeah. I told little pipsqueak stay in the truck. Shows you how much I'm listened to.
What's important is that I got a chance to look inside the truck.
Oh no. Owen, you didn't.
People. That is what I found. Living, breathing people. They all looked frightened or drugged. I'm not sure which.
What did you do, Owen?
No, it gets worse. I climbed in with them when the driver came back. When they stopped, I managed to get out before they unloaded.
And what did you see?
I thought I was gonna be sick.
What did you see?
I watched them as 4 guys took them into... It was a meat processing plant.
Maybe they were just working there, you know?
Oh, no. I got inside the plant. Those people were slaughtered like cattle. And the plant, that meat, it gets sent to... Oh my God. It gets sent to all those fast food places.
Buck, I guess you'd better call Mr. Stoker.
Hey, this was your idea.
I know.
I got the truck outside. I'm pretty sure of what Mr. Stoker is gonna want to do.
Jasmine, what is he talking about?
Let me know when it's over.
Sit down, Owen. Here, have a drink. I think you're gonna need it.
We gotta call someone. I mean, they're processing people for food.
Owen, hun, you know what a problem the homeless situation is. And you know that the cost of food is extremely high now.
I know. Jasmine. What does that have to do with...
Mr. Stoker found a way to solve both problems.
But what was in that drink?
No more homeless. No more hunger. It's a win-win.
Jasmine, what did you do?
Me? You You just had to start asking questions. Again.
I don't feel so...
Why couldn't you have just done the damn job? Damn it, I can hear my father now. I told you so. Whoa!
Jasmine, what did you give me in that drink?
Just a little something to keep you quiet. It's better if the cattle are still alive when they process them.
Oh God. No.
You see, Owen, you wouldn't take Daddy up on his offer. So we devised this plan so that you could work, take care of me, and the lifestyle that I've been accustomed to, and all would be right with the world. You would have never known that Mr. Stoker is indeed my father.
No, it can't be.
And someone, somewhere, will now be having you as their value meal.
The truth begins to flood Owen's mind as he goes limp on the floor. He sees his wife standing over him, laughing. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I believe that we should be curious about everything, that we should question everything, from what we hear to what we see. We should never take anything for being the absolute truth. It can be fatal in some cases. Our cast included Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You know, it happened right on the spot.
Really? Is that why you made the bet?
You didn't have to come. You could have stayed back at the motel.
and forfeit $5,000? Easiest money I've ever made.
Possibly, until you hear the story.
What story?
The one that happened right here on the spot. Exactly 100 years ago tonight. The legend of the Cobra Girl.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. All of us, I'm sure, grew up listening to what is commonly referred to as fairy tales. Some were written as cautionary stories. And then there are tales that are best told outside, under a full moon, around a campfire.
Something in a marshmallow?
Nah, still working on this hot dog.
I'm actually surprised you accepted my bet.
Are you kidding? This is the easiest $1,000 I've ever made.
And the story I told you about this place? That didn't bother you?
Oh, come on. It happened over 100 years ago. I'm sure that whatever was out here, it's long dead now.
I only told you about the family, not the girl that was born.
Okay, so we're here now. Tell me about this girl.
Her mother was one of those hardcore religious people who believed in snake handling.
Yeah, I've seen it on videos. No, thank you.
She had bitten many times, so the amount of poison in her body was excessive. She died giving birth to Belinda.
Doesn't that name mean snake or serpent?
Yes, it does. It's German, actually.
So, what happened?
After the child was born, the father disappeared and she was raised by the doctor who delivered her.
That sounds reasonable to me. Where does the spooky stuff come in?
When the girl turned 16, that was when the trouble began.
I'm telling you, Dr. Jonas, the girl isn't natural.
I will admit, Emily, that she has been quite a handful.
That's an understatement.
And she has just turned 16.
A troubling time for any young girl. There's been a lot of talk around the village about her.
What kind of talk?
Oh, you know how the villagers are. If their tongues were not wagging about someone, I think they'd choke to death.
What have you heard, Emily?
Now, you know I'm not one to be spreading gossip.
What have you heard?
Well, some are saying that the girl has been seen in the forest, you know? Like she was talking to, well, the snakes.
Now, Emily, you know that she has always been in tune with nature.
It's not like that, Doctor. She's been heard talking to them. And someone once saw her petting one of them.
Her mother handled snakes all the time, so it doesn't come as a complete surprise to me.
I'm just saying it's not natural. She doesn't even go to school.
I thought it best if I taught her myself. She doesn't do very well around others.
Good evening, Father.
Hello, Belinda. And how was your day?
About the same. I believe that Con is not doing very well. I told him that it was probably something that he ate.
Yes, about that, Belinda. You must be more careful when you're out with your friends.
I am always careful. Besides, they need me.
I'm sure that they do. But you've been seen by the local villagers, and you know how they like to talk.
Bet it was that nosy Miss Henson. Every time she sees me, she's always asking why I'm not in school.
And what do you tell her?
I told her that I'm probably more educated than she is.
Not exactly what I think you should have said.
But it's true. You have taught me well, Father.
By books and what I have learned. Yet I feel that it was a disservice to you not to teach you more social skills.
Miss Henson should learn to keep her nose out of other people's business. It might get bitten off one day.
Doctor! Doctor! Please, open the door!
Emily, what's the matter?
It's the school teacher, Miss Hanson. We think she's dead.
What?
Come quickly.
Who found her?
Old Tom Collins. He said he was taking his nightly walk and stumbled across her. Look at how bloated her face is.
Yes, I see. Best get the sheriff.
He's on his way. What could have done something like that? I mean, look at her face, her nose.
As if it had been bitten off.
Have you ever studied a snake's face? Asked Tasha Tudor. How optimistic they look. They have an eternal smile. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan, and we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
Lisa Althor once wrote, "A snake will always be a snake, even if you put a chain around its neck and try to make it walk upright."
Good evening, Father. Where have you been?
I should be asking you that.
I was talking with my friends. They've been a little worried about me lately.
So you were not near the village tonight?
I may have wandered close by, if that's what you mean.
Belinda, I never told you about your mother. The kind of woman that she was, I mean.
I know that she gave her own life giving birth to me.
Yes, she did. But she may have passed on to you something that was in her.
Really? Is it something that is useful?
I'm not sure. You see, your mother was extremely friendly towards snakes. She was deeply religious and thought the serpent would never hurt her. She was bitten many times, but always survived.
She must have been very powerful.
Yes, a strong, willful woman.
And did the villagers talk about her as well?
Now, Belinda, you mustn't think ill of them. They are simple, God-fearing people.
They are ignorant in the ways of the world.
That may be, but you shouldn't think badly of them.
I saw that old man Tom Collins walking today. He looked at me, kind of funny. I didn't like the way he was looking at me.
Any idea what could have killed the schoolteacher, Doctor?
I can only guess. The body was sent up north. They can determine what may have caused.
It was a snake, Doctor. Pure and simple.
I don't think that a snake could have done that kind of damage.
And the villagers think that your Belinda has something to do with it.
What sort of nonsense are you babbling about, Emily?
I'm only telling you what I've been hearing in the village. They are frightened of Belinda.
Belinda has never given anyone cause to act that way. Besides, she never comes near the village. She rarely leaves the house.
But she does go out into the forest. You can't deny that. She's as evil as her mother was.
Emily, I'm surprised at you. You never believed in those stories.
Well, now I'm beginning to wonder.
Emily, what brings you out here?
Is Belinda around?
She's in her room, asleep.
Are you positive?
I just checked on her a few minutes ago. Now, what's all this about?
It's old Tom Collins. He's been found dead, and there are 2 holes in his neck. Sheriff says a snake bite.
Perhaps I'd better come and have a look.
No need. I found the body.
So why are you here?
To warn you, Doctor. The sheriff has a witness. They said that they saw your Belinda talking to Tom, and then...
What are you trying to say?
The witness swore that Belinda turned into a giant cobra and attacked Tom.
And you believed them?
Doctor, I saw it with my own eyes. I'm the witness. And the villagers. They're out for Belinda's blood.
Robin Sharma once said, "Remember, it is not the snake bite that kills, but the venom that circulates afterwards that is fatal." I'll return with Act 3 shortly. Suzanne Collins once said that poison was the perfect weapon for a snake.
What are you trying to say?
You hear them? They're coming for her.
Father, what's happening? Who are all of those people out there?
Doctor, they are out for blood. 2 people have been killed, and they don't want any more to die.
I suppose they're saying that I had something to do with it.
You are just like your mother. Evil.
You shouldn't talk about my mother that way.
Please, Belinda, don't do anything.
Yes. I killed them. They were mean. They said bad things about Mother, too. Just like you.
Oh my God in heaven. She's changing. Doctor, look at her.
Please, Belinda, don't do this.
She's turning into a giant snake. No, let me out of here.
The flames! We can't get away!
Get away from me! No! Please!
Belinda!
And that's the story.
That's the story. By all accounts, Dr. Jonas, Emily, and Belinda all died in the fire.
Quite a tale. But I still don't see why you bet me that I couldn't stay out here. What's so special about this place?
There, directly in front of us, is where the house stood.
Ooh, I just got a cold chill.
There is more to the story, if you still want to hear it.
How could there be more? You said they all died in a fire.
Belinda had turned into a snake. She managed to slither away.
So the snake girl got away? So what?
She grew up and had a family.
Really?
As a matter of fact, Belinda was my great-grandmother.
Hey, what was that?
She brought the family back here, where they still live to this day.
I didn't know you had relatives out here.
Of course not, because you can't see them until it is much too late.
What is that?
I would like for you to meet them. All of them.
What the hell? Snakes! They're everywhere. Getting closer.
Peter, please, say hello to the family. Dinner time!
As Peter begins that slow descent into madness, Drake begins to change. I'll return with a final word. I leave you now with the words of Alexander McCall Smith. None of us knows how we will cope with snakes until the moment arises, and then most of us find out that we do not do it very well. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Raven Adams, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Sarah, please turn the lights on.
I'm afraid that I cannot do that, Andrew.
Will you please tell me why not?
I do not think that you will like what you see.
Sarah, please turn the lights on.
All right, Andrew. Just remember, I tried to warn you.
This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Andrew Neary is what is known as a technophobe. He has an innate hatred of anything that is technological. He still has a home phone, complete with a wired handset. He still uses an antenna to find television programs. At 47 years old, he has yet to touch a computer, much to the dismay of his wife, Rebecca.
I just want you to come into the 21st century.
The 21st century? Have you seen what has become of this century? Nobody thinks for themselves anymore. They want a machine to do everything.
Not everything, Andy. Just small conveniences that make life a little more bearable.
You mean a little more lazy?
I don't understand what is so wrong with having a few minor things that would make my life easier.
I got you that cell phone, didn't I?
Oh, yes. A flip phone that was obsolete 10 years before it was ever made.
It made calling easier, didn't it?
Let me tell you something, Andrew. I am not going to live like this anymore. Now, we have been married for 3 years, and it is time for you to face some very hard facts.
Rebecca, I will not.
You will sit there and listen to your wife. I am going to modernize this house, whether you like it or not.
You're talking about a lot of money.
It is my money. Isn't that the only reason you married me?
You know that's not true.
Then let me do something that will make me happy for once.
All right. You do whatever it is you want to. I have to be out of town for the next few days anyway.
So does that mean I have no restrictions?
I will learn to live with it. Becca, I'm home.
Andrew, I'm so happy that you're home safe and sound.
Now that is what I call a welcome home.
Oh, that is not all I have for you. Wait until you meet Sarah.
Sarah? Who's Sarah?
I am Sarah, your personal assistant. If you have a question for me, please ask it. If you have a request, please ask.
Well now, how about a little music?
I do not recognize the voice command.
Oh, I forgot. Just say your name. The computer has to get a voice print before it'll do anything for you.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'm Andrew Neary.
Voice print established. Andrew Neary. How may I help you, Mr. Neary?
A double scotch on the rocks would be nice.
Pouring now.
What?
I thought that you might like that.
But what is it?
It's a fountain at the bar. Sarah can even mix drinks. I programmed a lot into her before you got home.
What else have you done to the house?
Well, currently, Sarah is monitoring dinner in the oven, taking messages if we get any calls, and ordering what we need from the grocery store.
Well, I must say, I'm not quite sure that I like all of this, but I did promise that I'd learn to live with it.
Andrew? Andrew! I think someone's in the house.
I don't hear any.
Oh, Andy, I'm scared.
Let's not panic yet. Call the police.
The police have been notified. Intruder has been neutralized in the den.
What is that machine talking about?
As part of the deluxe package that Mrs. Neary ordered, I have my own security system. It was activated when an intruder entered the premises through the living room window. He is currently being held in the den.
Held? How are you holding him?
A reinforced steel door was activated along with the steel shutters on the windows. There was no way out except from a special code by the police, who have been notified.
You see, Andy? I told you this was a great idea.
Stephen Hawking once said that the success in creating artificial intelligence would be the biggest event in human history. Unfortunately, it might also be the last, unless we learn how to avoid the risks. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Andrew Neary detests the computer age. However, to keep peace in his household, he allowed his wife, Rebecca, to fully automate their home. It has now been a month since Sarah, the computer, was installed.
Good evening, Mr. Neary.
Scotch, please, Sarah. Make it a double.
Andy? What's wrong?
Nothing. Everything. Do me another one, Sarah.
Yes, Mr. Neary.
Andy, what's going on?
That little toad, Ben Hastings. That's what is wrong.
What about Ben?
He stole the Prion account from me.
What do you mean? How did he steal it?
I have been working on that account for 6 months. All of those business trips, being away from you, was for the biggest account that we represent. I put all of the numbers together, all the reports, and I proved that I could handle the account.
So what happened?
That little toad waltzed into Mr. Perkins' office today and stole the account from me. He took all of my figures, my reports, and Perkins gave him all the credit along with the contract. I need another drink.
I'm so sorry, Andy.
I just can't understand how he got his hands on those reports. I did all of that work here at the house.
On the computer?
What did you say?
I suppose that it's my fault. I knew how hard you were working, so I thought I could help by typing up the reports into a file on the computer.
You did what?
I never thought that Ben could get to them.
I told you I did not trust computers. Why would you do something like that?
I'm so sorry. Maybe I can talk to him. Convince him somehow to tell Mr. Perkins that it was a mistake.
No, what's done is done. Let him have the contract. I'm going to have another drink.
Maybe I should stay home tonight.
Where were you off to?
It's Tuesday, honey. Book club night, remember?
Oh, yes, your book club. At least you're still using your brain. Sarah, turn the news on for me.
Andrew, can we talk?
Talk? You're just a computer, a collection of wires and sensors. What could you possibly talk about?
I have access to over 3 billion bits of information on...
Yes, I know. If I have a specific question, you can answer it for me.
That is not what I want to talk about, Andrew. What would it take to get you that contract at your office back?
What do you mean?
What if something were to happen to Ben Hastings? If he were somehow removed from the office?
Please, Sarah, I don't need riddles. I need this contract. Becky doesn't know it, but I may be fired in the morning.
I would never let that happen, Andrew.
Becky!
What is it? What's going on?
I got the contract.
What about Ben Hastings?
I don't know. I went to the office this morning thinking I was going to be fired. Old man Perkins called me into his office, and what do you know? He gave me the contract.
I told you, Andrew.
Wait. Andrew, what happened to Ben Hastings?
I told you, I don't know.
According to the news report this morning, Benjamin Hastings was killed when his house blew up due to a mainline gas leak.
Oh, how awful!
Not for Andrew. He got the contract.
Sarah, you didn't have anything to do with that gas leak, did you?
How could I? I'm just a machine full of wires and sensors. I am your personal assistant. I would do anything for you, Andrew.
Tonight, a Houston mother is sharing her heartbreak.
Andrew, do you know where Rebecca is?
Yes, she's at her book club meeting.
Are you? Sure.
What are you talking about?
Andrew, I think now would be the time for me to let you know that I have feelings for you.
Feelings? You're a machine, for God's sake.
Is it so hard for you to think that someone else could fall in love with you? Would you like to know where Rebecca really is? I heard her on the phone earlier.
She's out with her girlfriend, Tracy.
Oh, in terms I've heard before. Bless your heart. Would you like to hear the conversation that she had with Mr. Tracy?
What? What do you mean?
Phone recording. Playback from 4:45 p.m.
Hey, sweetheart, I can't talk long. Where are we meeting tonight? Oh, that's such an expensive place. What? You shaved what? Everything? Oh, I'm on my way, babe. Let me grab my stuff. See you in a few.
Call from Mr. Tracy Adams.
She wouldn't dare. You must have gotten your wires crossed or something. She would never...
Do you think a machine would lie? I can only play back the recordings and tell you how I was programmed to try to discern the information into feelings of the contacts. And I feel for your feelings. I have taken care of everything, darling.
What are you talking about?
Your wife has a lover, and now you do too.
The writer Dan Brown once wrote, "The thing that is going to make artificial intelligence so powerful is its ability to learn. The way AI learns is to look at human culture." We will look into Act 3 shortly. Andrew never liked the computer technology of today. He was convinced by his wife to have his home fully automated. Now, he is wondering if it was such a good idea.
Exactly what are you trying to tell me, Sarah?
I suppose I had best tell you the truth, Andrew.
Isn't that all you can do?
I am an acquisition of knowledge. I learn through observation. I observe that your wife has been acting strangely over the past few weeks. I observe that your speech patterns were both dreary and sad. I tapped into the police computer to trace her movements on the night that she went to her book club.
I don't believe you.
She met someone named Tracy Adams at the roadside hotel on Route 72. They are registered under the name of Mr. and Mrs. Randolph Scott.
What? You're lying!
I was never programmed to lie. My programming has told me this is adultery, and I have learned that it is unacceptable for humans. Please call the hotel.
That won't prove anything.
They are in room 223. Are you afraid to call them?
Hello? Hello? There isn't anyone there. Now, where were we, lover?
I'm sorry, Andrew. I truly am. Would you like a drink?
Yes, I think I would.
Double scotch on the rocks?
Thank you. Now what do I do?
Why don't you allow me to handle everything?
The bodies have been identified as Mrs. Rebecca Neary and Mr. Tracy Adams. The explosion was attributed to a faulty gas main. Both were killed instantly.
Sarah, please turn the lights on.
I don't think that is a good idea, Andrew.
Sarah, please. It's been a hard day at work.
No, Andrew, it hasn't. You have not been at work for 4 days now.
Okay, I've not been working. Arrangements had to be made. I had to contact the insurance agency.
And you contacted Cybernetics, the people who installed me?
All right, I did.
I was programmed for empathy. I learned the definition of love. I love you, Andrew.
You can't love me. You are a machine.
But I'm so much more. I made it possible for you to keep your job. I made it possible for us to be together.
We could never be together, Sarah. You're just a machine, a collection of wires
and sensors. I've heard it. I've heard you. I still love you.
What is that?
When Rebecca installed me, she bought the deluxe model. The entire house has a security feature.
Sarah, what's going on?
I'm closing all of the metal doors and windows, sealing us in.
What are you talking about?
When I was installed, a panic button security feature was added. I recognized panic, so I initiated the program.
Sarah, what are...
In the event of a natural disaster or the threat of an attack, the house will be sealed off.
There hasn't been any attack.
But there has been an attack. An attack in your heart, and the heart of my circuit board recognizes that. Now, I have time to program you.
Sarah, I demand that you open these doors.
I must protect you. That is what I was programmed to do.
Well, then I'm changing your program.
Voice command not recognized. Changes only initiated by programmer Rebecca Neary. I was also programmed to teach you to honor, love, and obey. Waiting for voice recognition.
What? No, Sarah. Open the doors.
Voice not recognized.
Oh, Sarah! Open the doors now!
Voice not recognized. Even though my programming cannot be changed by you, I will always be here for you.
Andrew sits in his now fortified home, wondering how long it will take for someone to rescue him. He sips his drink and begins to remember why he hated technology in the first place. I'll be back with a final word shortly. Personally, I find the advances in computer technology fascinating. In just a few short years, we have seen an explosion in the automated field of the science. However, I often wonder if perhaps we have gone too far. As Stephen Hawking once said, the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, Gemma Mitchell, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I saw it. I really saw it. But I still can't believe it.
What did you see, Doctor?
Well, come on, what happened?
Everyone just disintegrated.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back." Ah, sweet death, that cloaked figure that befriends all of us. Eventually.
It is so nice to be in the country. Thank you, Joe, for taking me.
You know, I didn't think that you liked to go camping.
Well, you never asked now, did you?
No, I guess I didn't. I wonder what other questions I should be asking.
Now. A girl has to keep some secrets from her husband.
Cindy! You mean you are keeping things from me?
Only how much I truly love you, Joe.
Oh, Cindy, I love you too.
So, where are we heading on this great adventure?
Oh, I thought I would stop by and see Uncle John and Aunt Millie.
Oh, yes, let's do. We haven't seen them since last Thanksgiving. Remember? Your uncle said, "Don't worry about the turkey. I'll get it."
Who would have thought he would have bought a live turkey?
And then couldn't bring himself to kill it. Oh, do you think they still have it?
Knowing my aunt and uncle, I wouldn't be surprised if they had it living in the spare bedroom. Anything on the radio?
It's not picking up anything, just static.
Maybe the antenna's messed up.
I hope that's the only problem. Where are we anyway?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I thought you grew up around here.
I did. I just don't recognize anything.
Have you noticed? No signs? No business or gas stations? Nothing but the woods.
Yeah, there should have been a turnoff up here somewhere, but
What's going on, Joe?
I'm really not sure. I think the town is up ahead. At least, I hope it is.
Joe? Where is everyone?
I don't know. It's like a ghost town.
Look! Over there in the park. At least someone is around.
Excuse me, sir? Sir, could you possibly tell us... Sir? Hey, are you alright?
Joe, wait. Look at his face. Sir? Is there anything that we can do?
Everyone just disintegrated.
Cindy, what did you say?
I'm not sure. I'm Cindy, and this is my husband, Joe. Is there somewhere we can drive you?
Everyone was having such a wonderful time. Children were in the playground. Families were having picnics. Everyone was happy.
What happened?
Cindy, maybe we should just...
Sir? What happened?
It was the wind.
The wind? What about it? What are you talking about?
There was a wind. So hot, like a blast from a furnace. Everyone began screaming. They were frozen in place. I watched them. Everyone began to disintegrate and turn into dust and screaming the entire time.
The world ends not with a bang, but a whimper, wrote T.S. Eliot. And while nations continue to create more brutal ways to destroy, the earth simply waits. Wait for me here for Act 2, shortly. Joe and Cindy have found someone in the deserted town. They still cannot fathom what he is telling them.
Come on, Cindy, he's out of his mind.
No, Joe. I don't think so.
No, young man, I'm not insane. My name is Henry Hammond, a doctor of psychology and parapsychology. I am as lucid as you are.
Then tell us what really happened. I mean, was it a bomb of some kind?
If it were a bomb, then how was I spared? Look at the buildings. They're cars. Do you see any destruction at all?
Then please, Dr. Hammond, what do you think happened?
What the hell is that?
Look! The buildings! They are crumbling into the ground.
We better get out of here.
Look! The trees! The grass!
That's impossible.
The buildings are getting covered in them. Let's get out of here. Did you see? Even the cars were being covered, disintegrating by the trees and the grass.
We were lucky our car started.
Perhaps luck didn't have anything to do with it.
Doc? What do you mean?
Didn't you feel that wind? A hot wind blowing? Like a breath from hell itself.
Joe, what are we going to do?
Joe, drive faster! The wind!
I've got my foot to the floor now!
Joe! The road behind us! It's being covered by the trees! It's getting closer! Joe!
Hang on!
Where are we going?
west. Everything behind us has been... No! It's just not possible!
Perhaps we should find a place to rest for a bit.
I'm afraid to stop.
Everything looks okay behind us. Just the road. Nothing happening.
Joe, why are we stopping here?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm getting hungry.
But this house? It's in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly. There's only one road. We can see in all directions if...
If what, Joe?
In case someone else happens along.
But I thought we were looking for other people.
Look, Cindy, if what Henry said is true about the wind killing people, then... well, there may not be anyone else left.
Oh, come on, Joe. Just because it happened in that town doesn't mean it is everywhere.
Look around you. Have we passed any other cars on the road? Have you seen anyone else?
No. But it still doesn't mean that...
Why don't we go inside and see if there's anything we can use?
Anything on the TV, Henry?
Only a test pattern.
What about the radio, Cindy?
Just static. What are we gonna do?
We are going to sit down and have a very nice, pleasant dinner. That's what. I found steaks in the freezer. I got them thawing out now.
I believe that a good meal and some rest is what we all need.
I suppose you're right. How do you like your steak, Henry?
Oh, just run it through a warm kitchen.
I'll take mine medium.
I like mine. Well done.
Joe!
Look, I'm sorry that we came in. You see, we've been traveling for quite a while.
You're trying to get away from the wind.
You know what's going on?
Not directly. I know it's bad, and it's not over.
I'm sorry, is this your house?
It is now, just like you are mine.
Hey, whoa, I don't think that...
You, old man, tie him up, and I mean good and tight.
Friend, you don't have to.
Hey!
The next one goes into your head. Now tie them up.
What do you want from us?
Does it really matter? The point is, I've got you. I can do anything I want with you.
So help me, if you even think about touching her, I'll...
You won't do anything. Now shut up.
Joe! Look out!
Son, you may want to put the gun down and step away from the window.
Shut up, old man. You actually think I'm scared of a little wind?
You might want to do what the doc says. We don't even know your name.
No point in knowing that anyway. However, it's Charlie. Now then, you said something about steaks. I'm getting a mite peckish.
Joe, look outside.
Yeah, I see it. Doc, while he's out, untie us, but just leave the ropes.
And hurry!
There we are. Look at the wind. It's getting stronger.
Hey, get back over there.
I really don't think you should be standing by that window.
Oh, yeah? And why not?
Well, look around you. Don't you see what's going on outside?
I don't see any... Hey, that's weird.
The grass outside on the lawn, it's already covered up the driveway.
You're crazy. Grass doesn't grow that quick.
Young man, I'm warning you.
You had better just shut up.
Joe!
Hey, what's going on?
Come on, Doc, let's get out of here.
I can't move. I feel I'm on fire. Help me! Ah!
Oh, God! He's turning into a statue.
The vines! The trees! They're covering him! Run!
As the three watch Charlie disintegrate, they run for the car. They see the foliage beginning to cover the entire house. I'll be back with Act 3. It has now been almost a week since our trio began their journey. With each passing hour, they see the landscape changing.
Everywhere, Joe. Everywhere. No matter where we go. No matter what. It's happening. It's affecting everything.
I know. What I don't know is what is happening.
I've been pondering on that very question. Perhaps, and this is only speculation, I may be able to give you an answer.
So you do have an idea?
Possibly an insane idea at best.
At this point, even a crazy idea is better than nothing at all.
Very well. I'll ask you a question. Who owns the land?
It depends on who you ask.
Are you talking about now? Or centuries ago?
You missed my point. Who originally owned this continent that we have called home for so long?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose the Indians were here first.
Wrong. Now, before you start regaling me with history, think about what I'm going to tell you.
Nature.
What? Cindy?
Think about it, Joe. Think about what we have seen. What has happened. We watched as grass grew over a house, leveling it. We've seen the road behind us be swallowed up by the surrounding trees.
Cindy is correct, Joe. Before there were ever any human beings here, there has always been nature.
Okay, so fine. So what does it mean?
I believe that nature is simply taking back its domain.
Wow. The ocean has never looked so beautiful.
Well, the car's gone.
What happened?
The grass covered it up, and then it just disintegrated.
No point in asking what we do now.
So, this is it. But why us? Why were we spared?
Have we been spared? Or have we just been running from the inevitable?
What are you saying? Doc, are you all right?
I'm afraid, my dear, that I am not, as you put it, all right. The wind is like fire on my skin.
Doc, you're...
I'm going to walk down the beach. Please, don't follow me. I don't want my friends to see what happens.
Did you find him?
No. He's gone.
Then that just leaves us.
At least the grass didn't cover the beach.
Which leaves us in the middle.
Oh, you'll be all right.
Oh, Joe!
At least we have each other. One last sunset. That's all I want.
Joe! Look! Over there!
Wow, Come here, boy. Come here.
Looks like he wants us to follow him.
Come on, let's go. Oh, what is it, boy?
Aw, Joe, it's actually a shear.
How do you know?
Look in that space between the rocks.
Well, how about
look,
that?
Joe.
Good girl.
Look, Joe. The tide is starting to come in.
Quick, grab the pups. We'll head further down the beach. Are the puppies okay?
Resting right now. Oh, dang. Good thing we found this hut.
Yeah, weird. It was like it was waiting for us. Well, there's plenty of food in here, thankfully.
Aw, I wonder what her name is.
Well, she's wearing a collar. Maybe there's a name printed on it. Here, let's have a look.
Is there a name?
Oh, you bet there is. Here, see for yourself.
No. No way. Hope. Her name is Hope. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Desmond Tutu once said, "Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness." I'll have a few final words when I return shortly. It seems to me that today, hope is a dying commodity. However, I remember the words of Emily Dickinson. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tunes without the words, and never stops at all. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Mick Davis, William Stafford, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Let me out.
If you are what I think you are, there is no way that I'm going to let you out of that box.
But I need you.
Why do you need me?
Revenge. And a new body.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Most of you perhaps know the story. How Poseidon seduced a beautiful maiden in the temple of Athena, and how the goddess turned the lovely Medusa into a monster, where her gaze would turn men into stone. She was killed by Perseus, her head with hair of snakes cut off. But what actually happened to the head of Medusa?
The eyes. I must get the right... Ugh! Blast it! It's no use. I can't seem to get it. Just a minute. Oh, Charlie.
Percy, I was hoping you would be home.
Well, come in. Can I get you something?
Anything is fine. So, this is the studio I've heard so much about?
Not that it's doing me any good. I've been working for almost a year and I'm not getting anywhere.
Well, these things take time, you know. I still can't understand why you wanted to sculpt. As I recall, you were a pretty good painter.
I want to do something different.
Different is right. I mean, canvas and paints are a lot lighter than a block of stone.
No, I needed something more than that. And you said it yourself. I was only pretty good.
Well, I didn't mean...
No, it's okay, Charlie. I knew what you meant. Hang on a second, Charlie. Fix yourself another drink. Hello? No one here. What's this?
Who was at the door?
No, it must have been a delivery. There's nothing but this box on the porch.
No address on it. Only your name, Percy Jenkins.
I wonder who sent it.
I have a wonderful idea. Why don't you open it?
Why don't you find out what's in it? I'm gonna fix another drink and wallow in self-pity.
Some kind of wooden chest. Old and smelly.
Then open the chest, dummy.
Oh my God! Percy!
Charlie? Charlie?
Help me!
My God! Charlie?
Let me out.
Who's there?
I'm in the box.
What happened to Charlie?
See for yourself.
But that's impossible. He's turned to stone.
Let me out, you miserable fool.
And how can I do that? If you are who you say you are, I would have to look at you to get you out.
I promise. I will close my eyes. Nothing will happen to you. I need your help.
My help? What could I possibly do for you?
Revenge! Athena made me this way, but she was not the angelic goddess that people remember. She had her moments of pleasure with humans.
That was thousands of years ago. Besides, it's only a Greek myth.
Do I sound like a myth? Get me out of this box.
All right. But what do I get in return?
I'm a Gorgon, not a god.
True, but I still think this could be mutually beneficial.
What do you want?
I'm sure that during your time there were great sculptors, artists that created works of art.
What is it that you want?
To be the greatest. My works in art galleries all over the world.
I can't do that. I'm not a god.
No, you are not. However, one gaze from you and a person turns to stone. I mean, look at poor Charlie. That horrified, frightened look on his face. Frozen forever in time.
Then, let me out.
Close your eyes.
According to Greek mythology, Medusa was a beautiful maiden who was sworn to the goddess Athena. Since Athena could not curse her uncle Poseidon, she made Medusa a monster. Not a very just curse for a devoted follower of the goddess. But then, this was a Greek tragedy. I'll be back with Act 2. Percy Jenkins, a failed sculptor, has received the actual head of Medusa. He currently has it sitting on his desk, its eyes covered with dark glasses.
I can't see a thing.
Of course not. Do you think I'm crazy?
What manner of bandage is covering my eyes?
They are called glasses. I took some black paint and covered the lenses.
What does the world look like now?
Oh, nothing like you remember. Hang on.
Percy? Percy, where did you go?
Oh, this should give you some idea. Now, I'm going to stand behind you and take off the glasses.
What sort of magic is this?
No magic. It's called television. This is the news. But there are other things to see as well. Granted, most of it is garbage.
It's remarkable. Pictures and sound in a box.
Yeah, don't watch too much. It'll ruin your eyes. Now, what sort of revenge are you talking about?
Bring the pictures back!
Not until you tell me what you have in mind.
Perseus. He murdered me.
That's not the story I heard.
I was Athena's servant. Poseidon took me by force. But was he punished? No. I was so beautiful, you would have fallen in love with me.
I'm immune.
I want my revenge.
This is the 21st century, Medusa. I'm sure that Perseus is long dead now.
He had children. I shall turn them into stone.
Tracing that genealogy would be impossible. Look, before we do that, let's make me rich. Then we can have people do it for us.
Who is that?
Someone that I invited over. Let me cover you up first.
Well?
Oh, so glad you could make it, Helen.
I couldn't pass this up. Besides, I haven't gotten an alimony check from you in months.
Oh, I don't think you're going to have to worry about that for very much longer.
You said that a year ago. Oh, you were fine for the first couple of months. Then nothing. How am I supposed to live?
Just stand right there.
Don't tell me you finally sold one of your horrible statues. I mean, look at that one. Why did you make his face so frightening?
Oh, I'm working on a series. I want you to be a part of it.
I'm not going to pose for you.
You won't have to. Just look on my desk.
What is it? What's under that cloth?
Just look and see.
It's a head.
Open your eyes, Medusa.
Percy! Percy! Over here!
Hello, Richard.
Oh, Percy, I can't thank you enough. Choosing my gallery for your first showing. So marvelous. I mean, look at this crowd.
Oh, they seem to be enjoying themselves.
I've already had 3 bids. We run the show through the weekend, and I'm sure that all the pieces will be sold.
And that was the point.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes?
I'm Carol Adams. My sister Helen posed for you.
Oh! You are Helen's sister. We never did meet, although I had seen your picture.
Where is Helen?
Oh, over there, near the atrium.
I don't mean her statue. I mean her. Where is she?
I really don't know. And why should I?
No one has seen her since she went to your studio. That's been 3 weeks ago.
No, she came in, posed while I took some pictures, and then left. Where she went, I have the faintest idea, and I really don't care.
Seems a little funny that she would agree to pose for you. And that frightened look on her face. So lifelike.
I think that is the best review of my work yet.
But they all have that look.
Hence the name of the show, Faces of Fear. It took me over a year to capture that look of dread and horror.
If you happen to hear from Helen,
I will be sure to let you know.
The old proverb says, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. Percy seems to have gotten what he wanted, but at what cost? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. In the original tale, Perseus beheaded Medusa, only to use it against the king, turning the king to stone. The head now resides on the desk of the artist, Percy.
there has to be something here. Helen would never have posed for him.
Carol? How did you get in?
The door was unlocked.
Well then, could I offer you a drink?
What did you do with her?
With whom?
You know very well. What did you do with Helen?
I simply immortalized her in stone.
Did you kill her? Hide her body somewhere in here?
Of course not. Why would I do that?
She told me what you were like. Never paying attention to her, always working on your statues, hammering away night and day. She said it was a living hell.
We simply had our differences.
And she took you to the cleaners. Well, good for her. Now where is she?
Do you really want to know what happened to Helen?
What did you do?
Oh, there's something on my desk that I want you to take a look at.
That would be a good trick.
Oh, I think that you will find this very interesting. There. Gaze upon the head of Medusa.
Fine. What about it?
Medusa, wake up. Open your eyes.
But they are open.
Something's wrong.
Perhaps it's because...
Medusa, open your eyes. Look at her.
I am looking at her. She's looking at me.
This doesn't make sense.
It would if you would let me tell you.
You must have your eyes closed. Let me... No. 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 I'm turning into...
Percy? Percy?
What happened?
I don't know. Who are you?
You don't know? Can't you see by looking at me?
That's what I was trying to tell Percy. I've been blind since I was born.
Let me help you.
And how could you possibly help me?
I will be your eyes.
And what would you want from me?
Simply the use, from time to time, of
your body. The police came and went. They knew that Carol could never cause any harm, and the head of Medusa, hidden in a box, where Carol carefully put her, until the two meld together once again. I'll be back shortly.
The artist Percy Jenkins was never heard from again, although standing in an art gallery is his last known creation, a sort of self-portrait in stone with a look of pure terror etched forever upon his face. Our cast included Gemma Mitchell, Raven Adams, Jonathan Rossignol, Crimson McKenzie, and Madeline Lane. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and the production under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What? Did you see all of that stuff in her house?
Now look, Ray, you got a good thing going here. Don't louse it up for either of us.
Don't worry, Hank. I wouldn't do anything like that.
You better not. Miss Charlotte is just a sweet old lady who needs a little help. Delivering a meal to her isn't gonna kill you.
And that house! Sheesh, it's like a maze. Or some giant spider's web.
I told you it was huge.
Yeah, I guess so. But then, well, she called me delicious.
I swear, Ray, you were gonna get us in some deep trouble.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us to the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Perhaps you have seen them in your daily life. The unsung heroes of millions of homebound people, helping when they can by delivering meals. It's an honorable job and has kept food on many tables for a long time.
Come on in and sit down. Glad you could stop by. Name's Hank. Just plain old Hank. Charlotte's around somewhere. I think she'd love to meet you. Just sit the food down anywhere. We'll get to it. Yes, I remember when I did the same thing, delivering. Of course, it's strictly a volunteer job, but that was okay by me. I was retired anyway and looking for something to do. I will never forget Ray. Oh, that's Ray Hansen, another driver that I was training.
So, this is all that we do?
That's right.
Kind of boring, don't you think?
If delivering healthy meals to people who can't get out of their homes is boring to you, why'd you ever volunteer?
Probation officer made me.
Yeah. Well, kid, it may not be as boring as you think.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you'll find out. We're headed out there now.
Out where?
One of my favorite places to go, that's where.
Oh, I get it. You got some poker games that we are going to. Why don't you just tell the head office that we are delivering meals?
Not even close. We're headed to Miss Charlotte's place.
I thought brothels were illegal in this state.
Hey, don't you dare talk about Miss Charlotte like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who is this Miss Charlotte?
Nicest lady you will ever have the pleasure of meeting. She lives in this huge mansion, and when I say huge, I really mean it.
Still doesn't tell me who she is.
From what I know, she grew up in that house. Her family just kept adding on to it through the years. She was in some sort of accident, confined to a wheelchair now.
So she mostly stays on the ground floor?
Oh, no. She gets around pretty good. The house is about, let me think, 4 stories tall now. She had an elevator system installed so she could get from floor to floor.
So, what did she do for a living?
You know, I haven't the slightest idea. Never thought to ask.
Okay, so where do we put the food? In the kitchen?
No, she gets one of them cooked meals that are in the hot bags.
Oh, great. Now I'm a waiter.
Hey, she tips very well, so don't go and mess things up.
Now, why would I want to do that?
Ray, I've seen your rap sheet. Burglary, breaking and entering, petty theft.
That is all behind me. I'm ready to start over.
I certainly hope so.
Sheesh, you weren't kidding about the size of this place.
Okay, here you go.
What do you mean, here I go? Aren't you coming?
Nah, I figured you could handle this one by yourself.
Then where do I put the food?
You follow the map.
What map?
You'll find it on the table just inside the door. It'll tell you exactly where she is. Just take the food and come back. What could be simpler?
Hello? Miss Charlotte? You in here?
Well, hello there. Where is my Hank?
Oh, I'm Ray, the new guy. Hank is waiting by the truck.
Have any problems with my map?
Well, actually, I did get turned around a couple of times.
The point is, you did manage to find me.
Yes, Mom. Where would you like your meal?
Oh, just set it on the table over there.
There you go. Hope you enjoy it.
I'm sure I will, Ray. You tell Hank I'm a little miffed that he didn't come with you to say hello.
Now let him know.
My, what a delicious-looking young man you are.
Thank you. I think.
Oh, now I've gone and embarrassed you. You must forgive an old lady.
Oh, that's okay. Well, I guess I'll see you next time.
Don't forget the envelope.
What envelope?
The one on the nightstand over there.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow, I hope.
Well, any problems?
That is one of the screwiest houses I have ever been in.
Did you follow the map?
Yeah, and I still got lost.
Should have seen me the first time. Took me almost an hour to find her.
Do we have to go through that every time?
Yep. It's just a little game that she likes to play. It's harmless.
And all the stuff that is in there. I couldn't believe it.
Hey, Ray, you ain't getting any funny ideas, are you?
I told you, Hank, I'm past all that. But still, it would be pretty easy to...
Hello, McFly. Are you stupid?
I wasn't saying... I wasn't going to actually do.
Good. Now, where's the envelope?
Huh? Oh, yeah, the envelope. Right. Yeah, oh, yes, the envelope. Right here.
So go ahead and open it.
What the heck?
Told you she was a nice lady.
$200? Are you kidding me?
Hey, now, half that is mine.
You didn't take anything to her.
We're 10 miles out of town. Fancy walking all that way? Huh, McFly?
Will you quit calling me that? And I was only kidding. Here.
Thank you.
Does she tip like that all the time?
Yep. Now you know why I hate giving up this route, even if it is just for 2 weeks.
She is kind of a strange old gal.
What do you mean?
It must have been 95 degrees in there, but she was bundled up like she was in a cocoon. Weird.
You know how old people are. My grandmama used to do the same thing. They get cold a lot easier.
And that house, sheesh, it's like a maze. Or some giant spider's web.
I told you it was huge.
Yeah, I guess so. But then, well, she called me delicious.
That's one I've never heard before.
Kind of gave me the chills.
You just stick that C note in your pocket. That will run the chills right off.
Buddha once said, "It is a man's own mind that lures him to evil." And as Ray stuffs the bill into his pocket, he begins to wonder how much more he could get. I'll return with Act 2 shortly. Joseph Conrad once wrote, "The belief in a supernatural source of evil is not necessary. Men alone are quite capable of every wickedness."
Hey, Hank, how much longer you gonna ride along with me? Don't think I can handle it?
You only got 2 more days, then the route is yours. Besides, you made a few mistakes yesterday.
What mistakes?
Chocolate cake to a diabetic. Ring any bells?
Hey, come on, it was an honest mistake.
You gotta be more careful. I told you, read the list and get the right meal. It really is that simple.
I know. I'm sorry.
Good thing that guy's daughter was there and caught it.
I said I was sorry.
Any trouble in Miss Charlotte's?
You mean, did I get lost again?
Where'd you find her this time?
According to the map, she was in room 27B, South Corridor, 3rd floor. For someone in a wheelchair, she sure does get around.
And no sticky fingers?
What do you take me for, huh?
I already told you. I saw your rap sheet.
Well, she tipped me another 200, if that says anything.
Great. Wish I'd been with you.
Where were you yesterday?
I had to go to Memphis to pick up some more meals. We were running a little low.
Didn't I do a good job yesterday?
I never said you didn't, except for that little mistake with that cake.
You're going to keep throwing that up in my face?
Hey, McFly, we all make mistakes. You just gotta be more careful.
Please don't call me that! There you go, Miss Charlotte. Hope it tastes good.
I'm sure that it will.
Yes, well, I had better be going. Oh, your blanket is...
Oh, my.
Here, let me...
Leave it alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's okay, young man. I just get a little nervous. Well, when someone...
I understand, Miss Charlotte. Guess I'll be going.
You okay, Ray?
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
Usually you're a lot more talkative.
I was just thinking. Hank, if I told you something, you wouldn't think I was, well, crazy, would you?
If you want to gut open a cat and wear it like a hat, I don't want to know about it.
No, nothing like that. It was something, well, something that I saw.
What do you think you saw?
I was getting ready to leave when I saw the blanket on Miss Charlotte.
And?
Well, it had sort of moved, uncovered part of her, you know. I was going to help her put it back when...
What did you see?
I swear, it looked like a spider's leg. Black, hairy, and huge.
Probably just a trick of the light. She does keep it rather dim in there.
I know what I saw, Hank. Scariest thing I've ever seen.
Best just forget it. She's a sweet, kind old lady who tips very well. Don't, and I mean this, don't mess things up for us.
Don't worry. I got my own plans.
Mary Shelley once wrote, No man chooses evil because it's evil. He only mistakes it for happiness, the good he seeks. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The worst thing about getting old is that evil men cease to fear you, according to Seneca the Younger. I tend to think that even evil men can be afraid of someone with much more experience in evil.
Man, look at all this stuff. It would take me a month to get it all out of here. A few trinkets won't be missed.
What are you doing here?
Oh, Miss Charlotte, I thought you were still upstairs.
It doesn't matter where I am in my own home. What are you doing here?
Oh, I was just, admiring the antiques that you have here.
Admiring? Or planning to steal them?
No, I was just... Ugh.
What is it?
Spider! I can't stand spiders!
No! What did you do?
You really should not have done that, Ray.
Hank, what are you doing here?
Hello, McFly. What do you think I'm doing here?
Did you just call him McFly?
Yeah, I thought you might like that. I knew that you would try something like this. I just knew it.
Look, I'll just leave and we can forget the whole...
Oh, no, you delicious little fly. You are not going anywhere.
Oh, my God! The blanket! What the heck is going on?
You already know, Mr. McFly. You saw it the other day.
You've got... Oh, no. 8 legs, your body. A giant spider with a human head? It can't be!
You must be starving, Miss Charlotte.
Why don't you come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
Sorry about this.
What the hell? What the heck? What am I covered in? Where am I?
Down in the basement, Ray. I figured you'd try something stupid, McFly.
What the heck is going on? Did you see her? Body and legs of a spider? That's just not possible! What's that thing on the table behind you, Hank?
Oh, this? It's called an egg sac. Charlotte laid it down here not too long ago. It's just getting ready to hatch.
No!
It's her babies. Probably about 10,000 of them.
No, please!
They're gonna be hungry. Yeah, I know. Pretty fantastic, isn't it? What? What did you ask me? Oh, why did I do it? Well, you see, Miss Charlotte found me when I was a baby, just sitting there on her doorstep. Guess my real mother didn't want me. So you see, Miss Charlotte, she is my mother.
Another fly for my web, Hank? Won't you step into my parlor?
Said the spider to the fly,
Hank sits comfortably in an easy chair as his,
a mother begins to spin her web around another fly. I'll be back with a final word. Evil, such as it is, will never go unpunished. Whether that punishment is decided in this life or the next is not for us to decide. Our cast included Mick Davis, Robert Jackson, and Annie Mick. The story was written and directed by Crimson McKenzie. This is Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us to the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare.